Hi, hello. All right, it is 2:53. I had to see what time it was. We're gonna play vampire games. Yeah, it should be hi. First of all, hi everyone. How are all of you? I cannot speak. I made pasta and I left it in the to sit for too long, and then when I went back to get it, it was kind of chewy, and I'm kind of upset about that. So I'm gonna have to make more food when I'm done streaming. Do y'all want to know really quick how much my vitamin D is gonna cost at the pharmacy? By the way, you're doing good. Yay! People are doing good. I'm good. I got up. I called my insurance. Everything's fine. I think. I think so. If things get worse, I'll figure it out as I go. As long as I'm not being charged to my doctor, it should be fine. No. Yeah, I gotta wait for AFK to come up. Okay. No one said yes. They want to know. If you want to guess what it costs, so vitamin D normally is like $10. It's like $10 to $15. Depends on what brand and like how much you get in the bottle. It could be 30 if you get like a really big bottle. Huh? Hi. Hello, Raiders. Hi. Sorry. I feel like there's a lot of stuff going on at the same time. Nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you. Let me give you a shout out. There you go. Well, come in. What were you doing? What were you playing? We're about to start our visual novel up. Yeah, of course. I hope you had a great stream. But yeah, I'm Space. I'm a little frog. Sorry, I got a little distracted. Trying to close all this stuff. Howdy, Froggeroni. Hi, Spooks. Playing Rome Expedition? Oh, I know that game. I haven't played it. I'm not like super interested in. I like strategy games. I do, but it depends what they are because I'm not. I'm kind of picky about it. But welcome in. Thank you for hanging out. We're playing. We're gonna be reading. This is Story Time with Space. This is how all of my little games that are visual novels that have no voice acting are. Sorry, I opened the game. I need to open game to check the audio. So I will open the game to check the audio because I know it's gonna be loud. So let me listen. Oh, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Is the audio too loud for the game? Let me know. Here, I might just by default lower it to 50, just in case it becomes an issue. We'll do that way. That way I don't have to like modify if it's too low for people later. We'll do that, and it'll be fine. I love the Ankh for like the selection menu. It makes me very happy. But yeah, we're playing Ravnos. For people who don't know Vampire the Masquerade. Oh my god, my throat. Ravnos is I believe Ravnos is a clan that's named after like tricksters. Originally they were stereotyped to hell, based off of some like really bad Romanian stereotypes, and they're better now. So I'm actually really excited to have good luck to actually do this as Ravnos. So yeah, we have two characters. I don't know who this one is. I just know we play as a Ravnos. The only character in the game. The very first one had 3 characters you could pick as. You could pick between Toreador, Ventru, and Bruja. This one you're specifically playing Ravnos. So, I don't know. No idea. But I'm gonna read you all a bedtime story. So Callie is it Callie or Khalil? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go with Callie for now. My Cyrus gone AWOL. Cyrus are. I'll just explain Vampire the Masquerade as we're playing too, because I love doing that. gone AWOL, and I've got no clue why. Sires are the people that turned you into a vampire. It sucks, but hey, I'm a raven. When things get dicey, I go with my gut. And right now, it's telling me to just keep searching. It hasn't let me down so far, and it won't start now, right? Yeah, they're I believe, and anyone who wants to correct me about this, Ravnos's bane or compulsion is they have to like do something dangerously, like the most dangerous way possible, and get it done. Uh, so, oh, we can pick our powers immediately. Oh, fun. Oh, fun. Animalism is one of the worst powers in Vampire the Masquerade, though. Oh, and obfuscate. Obfuscate is turning invisible, being able to do stuff without people, like with people seeing you, without people seeing you. As you level it up, you have the ability to just completely disappear in front of a person, which is great. And then presence is learning how to like to make people really like you or make people afraid of you, things like that. And they're really fun powers. And animalism's not bad, but you can get like a familiar. I don't know if the powers are different in this game than they are like traditionally in Vampire the Masquerade in this system. And we can do. I think we'll do these two. We'll do obfuscate and we'll do presence. So we'll answer inner beast by adding risk management to disciplines. Yes, hunger threat, absolutely. Oh, hunter threat, not hunger. I'm sorry. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's have threats in here. Let's do some fucked up shit. I'm so excited. December 2024, 7 nights till New Year. Alright, we're in Brooklyn. D'Angelo Bureau, if you can call it that. Feels more like a rough draft of an asteroid belt. Suggesting it's shabby almost gives it too much credit, as if there's something hidden lore, some hidden lore to the mess, which there definitely isn't. His head is cocked thoughtfully, beady eyes piercing me right through. Just as a cute interest stem from the matter I brought in. What do you make it in? 12 rocks? Or does he simply enjoy watching me wriggling in this wretched chair? I'd ask, but underneath the repulsive mask of his face, I noticed something that looks a lot like fear. A detail I'd pocket for later. A strong synthetic odor taints the still air. The world is moving forward, but this crop reeks worse than your average smoke. And the way he squashes through many cigs in the ashtray, it's clear D'Angelo is struggling to shake off old habits. Not that I'm one to throw stones, but he's quite the character. Useful, but infuriating too, at times. Like, right now, for example. I've got to D'Angelo. Let me get this straight. You lost your sire, eh? I can't do Brooklyn accents, or I will do them. Patience, Callie. I've got to hold. No, I didn't lose him. He just chose to be a no-show. Which doesn't happen all that often, I take it. Not without telling me, does it? Reynard Cassel has a knack for vanishing, though. Maybe he had to make himself scarce, skip town. He'd have left me a clue, for sure. You're still relying on those wall tags? What's wall tag? A specific cipher unique to each Ravenous band that lets them communicate in code. Callie's coterie employs a modified hobo code, distinguished by the addition of 3 lines over a dot, allowing only those in the know to understand the message behind the altered symbols. Okay, so we have kind of like Thieves' Cant in D&D. Little Chandler here has totally been killing it lately. I mean, I might have casually mentioned the code once or twice, but nothing major. Well, alright. Maybe I showed him a symbol, one that's pretty much useless on its own. If Reynard catches wind of me spilling the beans, he's gonna flip. He's like Fort Knox when it comes to our secrets. I found absolutely zilch, which doesn't happen, by the way. We never bail on each other when we split up for stuff like this. It's just too dangerous. I'm gonna tissue on him. Maybe he didn't have a chance to leave a trail. Where were you two supposed to rendezvous? Why is he snooping so much? Feels like I'm on a trial here. You literally asked me to conduct this investigation. What do you expect me to do? Pull an answer out of my ass? I really don't want to know what he could pull out of his ass, and I intend to tell him as much, but he speaks first. Besides, I already know your spot, Coney Island, right? I feel my eyelid twitch. You're bluffing. I was, but your reaction felt the whole story. Maybe dropping by D'Angelo wasn't such a great plan, or maybe he's not as useless as assumed, but it's definitely got me on edge. I shoot him a skeptical glance, but appears to be somewhere else. Lost in his own thoughts, his lips move silently, almost like he's whispering a prayer. I strain my ears and finally catch a few words. When a damsel in distress entered his dimly lit office, lost in the urban jungle, and with nowhere to go, she turned to the only person she could trust, Detective Extraordinaire Gianni D'Angelo. But neither of them foresaw the storm brewing, ready to shake their world to its core. I'll skip over your noir wet dreams, but what's the deal with the storm? Don't worry about it. I love this, Helena Weiss. I love that. The way he says it really makes me worry about it, but I brush it off. So you made your way to Coney Island, but came up empty-handed. No castle, no trail to follow, anything noteworthy at all. Just your typical shady assholes loitering around, clearly up to something. Pretty standard for New York City as far as I'm aware. Shady assholes who? Kindred of vampires. Regular folks, I think, all twitchy and restless. He furrows his brow, nodding slowly, but seems more in mourning than deep in thought. When he finally speaks, it's not at all what I was expecting to hear. To be frank, Callie, I'm running short on these answers. Your sire seems just temporarily unavailable, or gone for good, or something else. Can't say I'm entirely shocked. He tries to stroll around nonchalantly, but the mess in his burrow just as nonchalantly throws him off balance. It completely ruins his noir vibe, so I shoot him a cheeky grin, but he's too caught up to even notice. Breaking character must have rattled him. Like, if I were you, I'd take a leaf out of his book and disappear pronto. In fact, that's exactly what I intend to do when I'm through with my business in the city. I unpocket the fear I'd observed a moment ago and give D'Angelo another good, lasting look. He's genuinely terrified, like seriously scared. But there's this hint of desperation too. I've got to tame my inner con artist. She's practically salivating in my head, just waiting to join in. But when things go south, D'Angelo is the buddy you stick with, not someone you ditch and forget. Gianni, seriously, what's up? I'm kind of freaking out here. Look, there are too many loose ends to stitch together a complete tale, and frankly, it's too lengthy for just one night anyway. But there's a storm gathering in the city. I've been through some rough patches, but this feels like a whole different kind of trouble. Cut their cryptic shit just for once. He looks over my shoulder, lost in thought, like he's figuring out how to drop an anchor on someone who's already drowning. Archon have been dropping like flies lately. Nobody seems to be a specific target, but it's hitting mostly Duskborn. Duskborn or Thinbloods. They're not half vampire, but kinda. 99% stinky! Sorry. Someone messaged me. Chocolate cat fame play. The court dubs it the calling of Thinbloods. Real knee slapper they've got. No sons of guns. But there's been other victims too. A torn down my spine. Here's the sad reality. New York City has never been as dangerous for kindreds as it has never been as dangerous for kindreds as it is these nights. And finding an external threat. Are the sects seriously at each other's throats that hard? Same old song and dance, right? But this time there's a curveball. Enough to make them halt the hostilities, and you know what? I'll fill you in while we hit the road. The urge to flee seemed into me like a freight train. There's something about his tone that almost convinces me to hightail it out of the city, but it's not quite time to make a break for it. I might stick around for a while, so. D'Angelo's visibly concerned. Should I be worried too? You're really not gonna let him go, huh? Of course not. I'll find Renard, come hell or high water. Besides, someone has to handle detective duties, and judging by how desperately you want me to drive you out of town, damsel in distress is already taken. D'Angelo tilts his head downward just enough to fix his crooked smile, a smile abandoned by joy long ago. I know you well enough to not even bother trying to change your mind, but you have a knack for diving headfirst into trouble, so hear me out. Keep your head down, stay off the radar, don't feed willy-nilly, and above all, don't reveal your true nature unless you're 100% sure nobody can see you. So the Masquerade, basically. I'm not joking, Callie. Keep low, or else. Yeah, thanks for the tip. I rise to my feet and wave goodbye as I head out the door. I'll grab you once I found Renard, on my own, since you've been such a big help. It takes a while to actually notice the air around me, crisp and clear, without the ever-present stench of D'Angelo's nicotine habit. I find it's taking me longer each time to catch on. When will I reach the point where I don't notice it anymore? Renard's silence and the total lack of hints about his whereabouts bug me way more than I'm ready to say out loud. The streets are deserted. It's like everyone vanished, scared off by the winter chill that mortals seem to hate. The darkness of the night, lit up by bursts of colors, it's kind of beautiful in a bleak urban way. But my sire is gone, and I don't know what to do. Back at D'Angelo's, I was all talk, swearing that I'd track down Renard myself or burn up trying. Pretty sure he saw right through my BS, or I half as confident as I pretended I wouldn't feel so utterly lost. In late December, in the big fucking dangerous apple of all places. If D'Angelo's warning have any weight, maybe it's time to bulk up our supplies. Our coterie? Let's just say we're big on being ready for anything. Renard's the mastermind behind all of our safety nets, making sure we don't even brush close to failure. His obsessive preparedness has pulled out of the fire more than once. Whenever we're running our gigs, we've got these spots stocked up with goods and, let's call it, personal protection. One of those hidden caches lying around the block, if I remember right. It's been ages, but that's probably the first place I should hit up before I go hunting for Renard. Better safe than in a grave, right? Oh, we can pick where we want to go. Okay, square one is Coney Island. The rundown park lot where I stashed my RV seemed deserted enough to keep my way prying eyes. I should head back to Coney Island and see if Renard showed up while I was away, or maybe he left a number signature wall sign telling me what to do next. We got a detour and then main quest. Other main quest is square one, the RV. Sure, my RV is a fortress on wheels and all, but I better move it before it starts drawing too much attention. And if anything happens to our stash, well, I'd rather not dwell on that, unless I was dodging Renard to become my main focus instead of figuring out where he vanished. You've only played Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines? Valid. Love that game. I'll say this one. If anything happens to our stash, Renard's going to skin me when he shows up. I happen to like my skin. I had it for as long as I can remember. Plus, it's not like he's facing his final death or anything, I think. New York really lives up to its rep as a city that never sleeps. People keep walking past, oblivious to the intensity of my gaze. The blood slowly coursing through their veins just beneath the surface of their skin tempts me in ways I cannot describe. I force myself to look away, not for the dregs of my own mortality, nor because I feel any grand respect for them. It's simpler than that. Yeah, there is a mod that you need to download for Bloodlines if you play it on PC, because it doesn't work right anymore, and it fixes a lot of the issues that the game has. Too many eyes, too much risks, my crew's unspoken credo. Credo? As I approach the ruined parking lot where I've stashed my RV, I freeze. Shit, there's already a crowd milling around. Three of them. Maybe mortal, but kindred or ghouls are much more likely. Cause what? Random thieves suddenly got their hands itchy for an RV as old as mine? No, they must be Camarilla types, given what we are. I can feel my vitae starting to boil, but I play it cool. What's their interest in my RV? How'd they even find it? And more importantly, how did I get them to leave? I have it. I have Vampire. Oh, it comes prints out on Go. Yeah, it's very good. Do I have like a sheet I can look at? Not really. Chemistry is let's do that one. Hunger increases. I gesture steadily towards the far end of the lot and conjure up the loud, discordant sound of a garbage bin falling over. coupled with muffled curses and retreating steps. With luck, the prowlers will take the bait. They do. They carelessly drop whatever they were holding and one by one cock their heads and prowl towards the source of the sound, moving away from my spot. This is my moment. I sneak over to my van only to see it's been completely ransacked. They've wrecked it, digging through hidden compartments, slipping through confidential documents that won't reveal anything to them, spilling my meticulously stored blood and tossing my sparse furnishings onto the pavement. My home violated, ruined, done. I have played Swan Song, yeah. I never played it on stream, but I played it. I don't think I was streaming when it came out. Barely contained the wrath simmering under my cold undead skin. I forced myself to calm down. I'll sink into the driver's seat before my illusion fades away. Speeding off right under their noses is bold. Maybe even a bit stupid, but, well, I follow my gut like I always do. It really fails me. But when it does, oh boy. I mean, I'm ravenous, right? The first idea that pops into my head is typically the winner. Yeah. Mastered of misdirection, the ravenous prefer not to fight or bleed for something they can't obtain through subtler means. They can charm and vanish within the same mortal breath, and those once fooled quickly learn to question their very senses when in the company of ravens. Always in the move, the ravenous can never rest in the same place for long. Lest the cursed light them on fire as they slumber. Yeah, daredevils, rogues, yep. Just about to make my move towards the RV, I spot her. Actually, scratch that. It's my skin that reacts first. Every hair standing on end as if electrocuted. An alarm blares in my head, screaming danger. Only then do I see her stepping smoothly out of the shadows. Gait, relaxed, and yet somehow predatory. Toreador vibes. Or Ventru. Leaving so soon. Oh, wait, we gotta do a southern accent for fun. I can't really hear myself, and that makes it really hard sometimes to do accents. Give me that pass. Alright, leaving so soon, sugar. That's hard to do. There we go. I have no idea who she is, and I'm normally spot on at identifying those who prefer me finally dead. It's handy in my line of business. Yep, duty calls, and by duty I mean you can fuck right off. She doesn't even blink at my quip and just keeps inching closer. I feel an urge to step back, but a quick side eye informs me that the prowlers have returned and are sitting right behind me. I'm afraid you're gonna have to come with me. Am I a criminal now? What, is this your prince parking or something? Because you know this hardly looks like your domain. You're just a bit too fancy for these parts, lady. Her smile stretches wider, but it's devoid of any real humor or warmth. She only steps away now, and I'm effectively trapped. Parking is hardly the concern, and I hope you're not naive enough to think so. No, it's your extracurricular activities that have raised a few eyebrows. Somebody has been very naughty indeed. Extracurricular activities? You lost me there. Oh, how she just... I'm not going to run down the entire list of the council's accusations, but incidentally, this is where I'm taking you right now. Who the hell are you even? I'm Valerie Duval, Sugar, the Scourge of New York. Hell yeah! Scourge are the people that work for the prince of the city that they're in. Okay, so bunch of Vampire the Masquerade terms right now for new people. Prince is the person that is in charge of the city. There are multiple princes. Gender does not matter. It's just the term that they use. They have a lot of people like the Primogen, which are people that they approve of different clans to like kind of keep things under control for them to help. There's a Scourge, which is the person that like does like Final Death and blood hunts and shit like that. They take care of a lot of like the dirty work for the friends. There's Harpy. Harpies are typically kind of like cops-ish, like dirty cops. That's kind of like their vibe. Yeah. There's another term, but I can't think of what it is. You can either accompany me without a fuss, or, well, let's just leave it at the first option. It's sadly in your best interest. She gestures to one of her prowlers behind me, her henchman, I guess, who brandishes a hefty, sharpened stake. My throat tightens involuntarily. What the fuck does the council want with me? Our crew's business isn't all that against their precious traditions, is it? I'm not without reason, darling. Your move? Oh, it's my move, ain't it? Because from my viewpoint, all the roads seem to end at the tip of that stake. Said tip jabs painfully against my back, right where my heart would be beating madly if it wasn't all shriveled up. Case in point. The council will undoubtedly release you following a meticulous inquiry, of course. This is your final chance. Alright, Jesus, I'll fucking go with you. Valerie tosses me a so-called smile, the sort that could turn the sun into ice. Good girl. Now come. The council is waiting. I did right giving her a southern accent, I gotta say. I don't care if we're in New York. I don't fucking care if we're in New York. You're getting southern accents from me today. Judgment on Elysium. Now I'm being slammed with some bullshit accusation and hauled to Elysium for interrogation. What the fuck? There's no way I'm playing along. Well, maybe I am, seeing as I'm about to go fang to fang with New York's ivory tower. I gotta hold it, I keep forgetting. So this is their joint, the Artful. Seriously, could they have picked a more pretentious spot? The ivory tower splinter has wedged itself right in the middle of New York's swankiest row. Welcome to the still heart of the Camorrie's intricate machinations. Here's where the local kindred clink their glasses, all the while plotting each other's demise. Sorry. Unless, of course, you're a pariah like me, an outcast from a wrong clan with a knack for stirring up trouble, in which case you're screwed from the get-go. Honestly, I prefer not knowing how posh it is. Places like this don't exactly roll out of the red carpet for someone who deals with my kind of stuff, but since I've got no immediate escape plans, might as well play along. I'd happily shit on it on principle, but gotta admit, it seems pretty low-key on the outside. Not counting the two chuckling goons who clearly missed the memo and blending with the crowd. And on that note, is there a giggle-worthy revelation you'd care to share with me, Bertie? Your demeanor hints at a job well done, does it not? The awkward freeze frame those two are stuck in would be comedic gold if it wasn't knee-deep in my own mess. Who are you? You are pretty! Yeah, Miss Duval, sir, I mean, not really anything too wild. You know, just like the usual stuff we're seeing, I guess. Does this usual stuff include dubious characters within a mile streets of Elysium? Groups for which you were specifically instructed to watch out? 3 of them, to be exact, if my count holds true. 3 groups of what? Honestly, I didn't spot a thing. Then again, maybe I'm just not clued in on what to look for. Let her cook. So, as she describes them, my mind races back to my unsuccessful meetup with Reynard. And that weird run-in near our stash. Those dubious characters? Could they be what D'Angelo was hinting at? Maybe they're the clue to the baffling disappearance of my sire. Might as well drop a subtle hint without going full disclosure. Maybe I'll reel in some info while we're still playing the part. You're talking about the concealed carry enthusiasts sneaking around like Trouble's their middle name? Ran into a similar crew down by near Washington Cemetery. Is there something more to them than being overly fond of the Second Amendment rights? I appreciate the input, but that shouldn't top your list of worries at the moment, sugar. So much for intel fishing. I mean, I apologize. You really should have. Yes, you really should have. Boy, that shot through him like an icy bullet. I wasn't expecting cozy myself, but that poor sod probably just shed his last ounce of warmth left in him. Return to your duties at once. I'll be expecting a detailed report within the hour. I forgot her accent again. Yes, Miss Duval, sir. He waddles off like a scolded kid, and his power fuses to meet our eyes. I throw Valerie a look of unwilling respect. She obviously holds some serious clout in these parts. Come now, dragging your feet earns you no favors, and believe me, you could use a few. Is that an offer, Miss Duval? Her smile serves as enough of a silent veto to make it clear that prying any further is futile. Not exactly a good sign. She swings the door open, but there's no warm invitation in the gesture. The place doesn't quite live up to the posh art gallery image in my mind. Sure, there's a hint of what could be Basquiat. I don't know what that is on the walls, but most of the art is either shoved aside or covered up. My instinct shifts into overdrive. First up, a quick room survey. Access points. No exposed fuse boxes, no signs of optical fiber installations, frankly, not a trace of any civilized tech in sight. Huh? Shannon, hi! Crimson, hi! Let me give you a shout out. How are you? Shannon, how are you two? There you go. How you doing? What were y'all doing over there? Let me know. And I hope you're doing well. And also, if anyone needs to go get food or rest, we've had like 2 raids so far. Anyone who's here still, please go take care of yourself if you need to. But hi, howdy. We're playing Vampire the Masquerade: Reckoning of New York, which is a visual novel. So it is story time with me, if you want to listen to me read for the next 3 hours. Okay, sorry. But yeah, and if y'all are not following Shonen or Crimson Star, either one of them, please give them follows. I would appreciate it. Sorry. Yeah, we just started playing this, vampire visual novel. I love Vampire the Masquerade, y'all know this. Enjoy my reading. That's the thing with these old school meets moderny. I've never seen that word. Modern. I don't know how to pronounce this word. Holy shit. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna ignore them. It just doesn't sit right with me, but of course, it's exactly the Camarilla style. Step 2 practically unfolded on its own. The rooms of power keg with kindred in the middle of an intense debate. Also, people who did this series were playing as Ravnos. The tension is palpable. Suspicion dialed up to 11. That's when their voices finally break through the walls of my focus. Who are you? Smooch. Wouldn't have been such an issue if we had taken action when the signs were so glaringly obvious. That long-haired hunk must be... He looks so different! That's Kadir? He looks so different! I'm sorry, he looks so different. I did not recognize him as Kadir. That long-haired hunk must be Kadir al-Asma. The Camarilla sheriff? You were playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? How was it? I don't know anything about Final Fantasy. I need you to know. I'm so sorry. I've had my fill of stories about him, but now I can put a face to the reputation. Oh, these are characters from the first game, because we're still within New York. I just don't remember their names. That did not look like a deer. The art is different, so I had to kind of like realize art versus the actual characters. I just don't remember his name. If only the rest of us were blessed with your profound gift of foresight, Sheriff. Unlike life would be a walk in the park. Allow me to emphasize our risks are limited to a single front. Acting on a gut feeling might work wonders in motion pictures. Here's the real world. It's a different story. This one's a mystery to me, but the way he's navigating the conversation, he's clearly a heavyweight in these parts. I don't like it. You have to go to work? Have good work. Have a great day. I'm not a big fan of the art change. Oh, that didn't. There we go.
Looks like we're gonna have to do some fighting.
I was gonna say, I didn't think it worked. I don't like it. I don't like it. I miss when he was wearing his suit. Spare me the pretense of ignorance, Arturo. The pattern was unmistakable. Well over a month ago now. You can just look him up. I can link his wiki. You want to see his wiki, what he used to look like in the first game. He is he's Toreador, he's the sheriff. That's the other term that I was missing. Arturo, Thomas Arturo. Shit, Renard's explicitly told me to steer clear of this guy's mess. The bickering rages on, and Valerie doesn't seem eager to reveal her catch, aka yours truly. Ooh! Yeah, he's a sheriff. I like his old art. I'm not a big fan of the art change. Her playful decision to allow the Thin Bloods to appoint Larson as their primogen raises his final death to a level that can't be casually swept in the rug. Helene. Thin Blood or not, it throws into question our grip on the situation. I knew it was Helene. She's got the same hair. That gothed out Ally McBeal is definitely Aisling. Aisling or Aisling? Aisling? Aisling Sturbridge, the Tremere Regent. These characters are all in the first game too, so there are spoilers for the first and second game if you haven't played them. I've been curious if Renard's operation extends into the local chantry. Chantry is Tremere Church city thing, essentially. It could be a laboratory, it could be a library, it could be a church, it could be anything. It's got a chantry. But he was, as always, tight-lipped about his private affairs. Oh my god! You look so good! I'm sorry. What would you have me do then? Unleash our dear share without adequate reconnaissance, just in the name of haste? We can't overlook his excessive efficacy in the late skirmish, can we? A lot of big words that I need to pronounce. Doesn't the prospect of a masquerade breach give you pause? Behold the queen bee herself, Helene Panhard, the reigning prince of Sticks Up the Ass. I don't know who you are, though. I figured we're all fond of keeping things the way they are, but there's time to just sit back and think, and then there's times where you gotta step up and do something bold. It's so like it's time to make a move. Arturo, I cannot remember what his name was. I don't like Arturo. I'm not a big fan of his character. Yeah, please don't make me not be able to speak or ban me from saying certain words. I would appreciate it. And if you do, I might just ignore it for this. An Anarch Champion Chaos, or the revelation that somehow fails to astonish esteemed Baron of the Bronx. An Anarch Baron inside Elysium? No, there's a plot twist. What's the deal here? As I continue to look around, another figure catches my eyes. A young-looking woman, entirely decked out in black, casually playing with a cigarette. Oh, I don't remember. She shoots me a brief glance, clearly picking up on my curiosity. I'm very bad with names. I'm very bad with names for characters. That ancient fart in that wheelchair, whispering to his servant. Who's that? Right, as he's about to chime in, some lanky guy I totally missed till now decides to butt in. Who are you? Okay, I don't know who this is. This is the other character that we can play as when we beat the game. I want y'all, if you want to guess what their clan is, because they have Malkavian vibes. If it is Malkavian, it's really obvious that it's Malkavian. My apologies for interrupting, Mr. Payne, but it appears Miss Duval has brought forth the issue you mentioned earlier. It might be wise to ensure she's not exposed to unnecessary information. I might honestly read Kadir's stuff in an accent, too. How did I overlook this guy? He's all limbs and quirks, playing with some odd ring on his finger. He sticks out in this upscale bunch like a sore thumb. Is my mojo on vacation or what? Yes, thank you for that shrewd observation, Caitiff. Oh, they're a Caitiff? Caitiff are vampires that don't have clans. They're typically really hard to play next to Thin Bloods because it's a really expensive XP-wise to make character from them, 5th edition anyway. I don't know how good or bad they are to play in 20th. But I have only ever played like one-shot for V20, so I know the system a little bit, but not like super well enough to like know how Caitiff are in that system. She hurls those words like she's spitting venom. Whatever the opposite of sympathy is, she's brimming with it. Wait, Caitiff? Esteemed council, I give you the troublesome, ravenous neonate. I gather you all desire a swift resolution to the matter. Neonates are 50? Is it 50? A young creature recently embraced but released from the Cyber's protection. Yeah, okay, so like there's fledgling, which are like new vampires, and they normally are like up to 15 years or a little bit more. Yeah, flashbacks to Redfall. No one talks about Redfall anymore. Her disruption has been minimal thus far. Let's hope that trend continues. Lathandra, hi! Hello, how are you? As I found Q, this is reading time and space today. As I found Q, every eye shifts to me. I'm not one to buckle under stage fright, but the silent ostracism is on a whole new level. Hi! In this room, I'm on my own. I understand. Okay, can we do like this kind of accent? Would that be good for him? We are Ravnos. Oh, we're Ravnos in this game. I hate Kadir's art so much. I understand the formal necessity of addressing all this, as well as my role in the matter. However, there are more pressing concerns demanding attention, far more pressing. Shall we discard alteration 2 while we're at it? We have pirouetted around the Hudson problem for more than a year, yet progress remains as stale as our debate. Certainly, a few additional moments to honor the very laws you spearhead so vigorously couldn't hurt. Couldn't they? Sorry, could they? The Hudson is a completely different beast, as you're aware. Well aware. You can only start as Ravnos. Your option is Ravnos and one other character, but you have to beat the game to unlock the other character you can play as. And I don't know what clan they are. They look like they're Malkavian, so I'm assuming they're Malkavian. If not Malkavian, they could be Caitiff. Caitiff was mentioned. The Hudson is a completely different beast, as you're well aware. We need to address the locust swarm engulfing New York before Camaria's entire framework crumbles beneath its weight. Hey, Em. And how does it sit with you, Payne? Just last night, 2 Duskborn and a fledgling from your clan were reduced to ashes, and we're still in the dark about who's pulling the strings. Good timing. Shouldn't that worry you more than policing the purity of the Red Market? An old guy's servant steps forward, all awkward and rigid. I can't do, like, weird voices, so... Ribbit. I ribbit ahead of time. Ribbit. Ribbit. I hope y'all are enjoying my accents today. I don't typically do a lot of accents when I read stuff, so... I'm not good at some of them, but Oh, what are you doing? You gave M one? Also, Choco Cat, if you want to pick a color, I'll give you another little froggy later. I gotta find new places to put them. There's no more space up there. What are you doing? Quit that. And thank you, but quit that. We're in the 20s for gift subs for rewards. We're gonna be going into, like I said, we're in October, like trying to build up subs to get like special streams done. So we're gonna keep trying to do that. But thank you. I appreciate it. Please stop spending your money on me. The only person that really needs a sub in this life is Cupgoodle. He probably does have one though. In principle, I agree, Sheriff. However, should we continue to discard? Let me start over. In principle, I agree, Sheriff. However, should we continue to disregard even minor infractions, we broadcast a message of vulnerability. Yeah, I'll have them later. Vulnerability threatens our efforts within and beyond our borders. Efforts we plan to carry on without interruption once the locust swarm, as you termed it, is eradicated. I can't believe I'm saying it, but I'm inclined to agree with Grimps on this one. We can't simply let another like that slip through the cracks without taking proper measures. We have a lot of characters and they don't have names. I don't know who they are. I don't remember their names. So now you've assumed the role of his advocate now. Quite the bold ascent up the ladder of your own making, Julia. That's next on the horizon. Another hostile. There, it's Julia. I could not think of her name. Enough. Enough already. As an awkward silence falls over the room, but it seems more about customs than actual respect. Guess we're all just creatures of habit, undead or alive. The sheer theatrics of the situation gives me a moment to sneak a glance at. Sheriff. I think Sheriff. The sheriff's avoiding eye contact with me, which you typically read as a weakness, but it's far from that. In fact, he's ice cold in focus. His gaze meeting mine might be the last thing I see before bidding farewell to my undead existence. But there's something deeper. He appears untamed, like a wolf in an ambush. Perfectly still, yet poised to tear into anyone foolish enough to trigger his fury. When the prince finally manages to speak, her voice lacks the confidence you'd anticipate from someone at the helm. We're all here for the same reason you are, Asling. Or am I mistaken and you forgot where your loyalties lie? Even now, as she turns to me, her presence is weighted down. Not that I care. My head's in the chopping block, and she's the one calling the shots on whether it stays put or rolls off. Now, let's put this issue to rest here and now. Strive for brevity, Sheriff. Understood. The weight of his gaze is enough for me to lower my shoulders.
Hey, drink something.
Okay. Whatever comes, it's not going to be pretty. Walter. Callie of Clan Ravnos. You stand accused of violating the New York Camaria's praxis, infringing on the traditions of hospitality. Hospitality is honor domain, and endangering the Masquerade, among other things. Oh shit. Wait, on what grounds? Drop the act. There's a wealth of evidence in that recreational vehicle of yours, most of it confirming the suspicions we've had harboring over the recent months. Petty theft from our subjects, impersonation of other kindred, lineage forgery. Need I go on? Okay, guilty, but when did they start caring? It's not like I'm the only one dipping my toes into the ocean of misdemeanors. Oh, posture check? Okay. I'm already kind of sitting up, but I'll adjust a little bit. At least I don't know about our artificial gig. But your involvement in large-scale blood and mortal trafficking outside our scrutiny and the jurisdiction of the circulatory system is as obvious as it is dangerous to the stability of our domain. Large-scale, my ass. We hardly move anything through New York. Definitely not enough to impact their operations, plus we're super careful. Especially with their clientele often being in direct hostility to our interests, as Primogen Payne was kind enough to confirm. Seriously, this can't be right. We've always checked out our clients. Well, Reynard does, but is this some twisted way to get... Is this an example? Are they playing the undead IRS? What is their game, really? I did not take my vitamins today! That's okay. Well, some might chalk this up to colossal stupidity. I am neither so forgiving nor tolerant of fraudsters. We respect nothing but their own gain. I'm not blind to the fact that Reynard is completely MIA in the whole story. He's the big cheese that head honcho of the entire affair. Though calling it an affair might be giving it too much credit. So why are they making it out like I'm a mastermind behind some global crime syndicate? This is not the time to be quiet, Raven. You know what? Fuck him. I'm not going down without a fight. We're in Elysium, we can't use our powers. Look, I'm just a driver, okay? What do I know? I go where I'm told, close my eyes, crank up some Flostrodamus, and let whatever happens in the back of the RV happen. So, a terrible taste in music and also a complete idiot? Huh. Sorry, I've got zilch for you. No answers are honestly nothing to clear my name from. Out of nowhere, something pierces my mind, shutting its defense to dust. It's like my head's been turned inside out, exposing my every thought for their amusement. I whip my head towards the source of this eerie sensation, and boom, there's Kadir, the freaking sheriff, with those piercing eyes slicing through my layers of BS like it's cake. I honestly hope you're not taking me for a fool. That would be a misstep of monumental proportions, unlike anything these walls has witnessed. I get a glimpse of Aisling out of the corner of my eyes, silently mouthing words like look suspiciously like, I beg to differ. Right then, a curved sword appears in Kadir's hand, as though he's just pulled it straight from thin air. Or maybe I'm going nuts. Honestly, I'd be totally shitting my pants right now if that part of me wasn't offline. I'm not here for your games, little Raven. Choose your next words carefully. I'd argue this utter lunacy clears her of charges. She couldn't even cobble together a feeble story, much less orchestrate clandestine tradings of this magnitude. And yarn spinning is supposed to be your clan's forte, isn't it? Last chance, my dear. Is there anything of substance you wish to add? Well, shit, this can't really be happening, right? What's my move? What would Reynard do? Reynard, if he had the decency to pop up, at least toss me a fucking heads up. I wouldn't be knee-deep in this disaster. Is he really in trouble, or... What if he bailed on me? Got a hint the Camarilla was breathing down his neck and decided I'm the perfect scapegoat? Nah, that doesn't sound like him. But why target me, not Reynard? Sure, he's gone now, but could they really be that clueless about him? I'm totally lost, but I do know what he would probably do. His moves would be to look out for number one. Spill the beans, more than necessary, to buy some time. Time's gold. With enough of it, maybe there's a chance that we'll get out of this mess. It's all or nothing now. Hit the jackpot or end up porcupine with stakes. Guess there's no point in playing dumb, huh? Couldn't agree more. Game on. Alright then. So, I indeed am tangled up in this little blood trafficking operation, playing a pretty crucial part, if I do say so myself. Though I guess not everyone's on board with that assessment. I did the logistics, pushing merchandise through a series of dark web channels. Every eyebrow in the room goes up, except for the cigarette aficionado in the back, who lets out a slight smirk. I mean, a little controlled drama never hurt, clients in a short one. A short con. All totally secure and anonymous. No, you missed why not? I'm sorry. No slips about, our thing. I'm sorry. Everything masked by the hustle of more mundane black markets. No way we're blowing the masquerade. We deal in sword blood, as you might have called it on. Not just any blood, though. Our merch is a little jazzed up. Thaumaturgically enhanced, to be exact. It's the only way they'd work, as you're aware. I am, but that's not for you to find out. Right, of course. Oh, and we also deal in, let's just call them family treasures. But honestly, that's more like a side gig than anything serious. But we're extremely careful about picking our clients, and really thorough when it comes to making deals. The traditions and all. I was sure we'd never even come close to breaking them. At least, that's what he led me to believe. I had a hunch that there were some dodgy dealings in his more secret ventures. To deny that would be a flat-out lie, but let's be real. I'm way outside the inner circle to have a real sway in those parts of his enterprise. My blood arc has begun! I'm sorry! No! What's your new username then? For a brief moment, an uneasy silence sweeps over the room. His enterprise. Is this a joke? Exactly who is this he you're referring to? I gave it all my all to appear as blameless as possible. I presumed you knew it was my sire who's masterminding it all. Maybe I'll catch you later, but I don't get back till 5. What time is it for you right now? The room's heavy silence is soon filled with the hushed whispers following my revelation. Almost went, I might not be on still. I'm probably gonna go for around 7. Good. If fortune is on my side, I might just live to see another moonrise. Unless I'm really, I'm enjoying this so much where I want to play it today and get through it all. We'll see. Indeed, how fortuitous in your sire would be. The only other notable rogue in the city who comes to mind. Someone dipping in and out, known for their shifty nature, of which I was somewhat aware. Reynard Castle. You nailed it, Chief. I mean, sir. Another brief moment of silence gets interrupted by the girl in black who addresses the sheriff. I can practically hear the cogs turning in your head, Kadir. What's your take on this? Truth be told, it does add up. Though I had him pegged more as a con artist than a trafficker. Then why hasn't he been apprehended yet, Sheriff? Are you secretly endorsing activities that impede the circulatory system operations? For her own good pain, I'll pretend I didn't catch that. Or would you care to question my dedication to our cause again? Be warned, my patience wears extremely thin these nights. But have good class. Can we put this bickering on hold, at least for the moment? An opportunity is staring me in the face. How could I resist squeezing myself right into it? One more thing. Reynard and I had a meeting lined up with a client a few hours back, but he never showed up. In the whole year and a half I've been in this gig, he's never just vanished like this. And what do you make of it? Now, with the floodgates of truth wide open, it's time to dive into the art of lying my ass off. To be honest, I'm not sure, but now that I think about it, he's changed over the month. Let's restart this words. To be honest, I'm not sure, but now that I think of it, he's changed over the past month, become a lot more erratic than usual. Ready for my theory? I'm pretty sure he caught wind of your lot and decided to feed me to the flames while he made a run for it. Whether they're swallowing my story or they're just tired of my presence, it feels like I'm nudging things the way I want them. Not everyone's convinced, though. An unwitting pawn betrayed by her master. A likely story. Thank you for your relief. Hi, Nye. Let me give you a shout out. Or does my thing automatically? Hi. Hey, B. Oh, I'm good. This morning was rough. I had to call my insurance and they're like, you can still use your doctor. I don't know what you're talking about. And so, shrug, I don't know what else to do. Unless I'm getting charged, I'm gonna just keep seeing her. And then I had to call my mom, and I'm trying to help my mom with her unemployment and stuff, and she's still having issues with it, and she's been having issues with it for about 2 months now, and hasn't gotten paid any of her unemployment. So, that's fun for her, and she's really upset about it. And the solution is to go to the city and go make an appointment and go talk to somebody in person. And she doesn't want to do it because she can't drive there. And I'm like, you physically are able, you have a car, you know the area, you know how to get there. And she's like, no, I can't do that, there's nowhere to park. And I'm like, there's parking. And she's like, no, I have to pay for it and I can't pay for it. And I'm like, why can't you do that? Why not? And then she's like, if I do it, I have to take off from work. And I'm like, no, you don't. And she's like, yeah, it is. Like, going to the city is an all-day thing. And I'm like, it's a 15 to 20 minute appointment. It's scheduled. And she's like, no, it would take all day. So she can't do it. And she's like, I'm not making excuses. I just can't do it. No, you don't want to do it. I get that. Her solutions are go make an appointment and talk to a physical person. Just keep waiting. Or just not get the money. She's got no other options. Hold on one second. I gotta actually check my email. I have her email in my account now. Gusto? Okay, so everything that I'm reading is like on the side and I'm looking down, so my model keeps je ne sais quoi. So my model keeps like looking a little weird. We're on ad break, so we're gonna wait for ad break to be over. Yeah, we're gonna we got 2 minutes. We're gonna be getting rid of the frog model. It'll be a redeem to bring it back up, but that's not gonna be for a while. That might not be for like another year. I have plans to get a human model made. I'm talking with a friend about like what I need to do to get that done and like just getting more information. It's not gonna be for a while. There are plans. Which means I'm gonna do like an entire like channel re-debut thing. But that's not gonna be for a while. We're still keeping all my little froggy stuff, but we're gonna have like a more human model. I have an idea for what I want it to be too. I don't know things. I don't know anything. I'm gonna go to the bathroom actually, and I'll be right back. While we're in ad break, we got a minute. And then we'll keep reading. Stream is fine. Might just need a refresh. Yeah, sometimes you just need a refresh. Okay. Headphones back on. Alright. The ad was broken. Yeah, that's been happening for some people. Alright. An unwitting pawn betrayed by her master, likely source, suitable for the stage indeed. But in this context, if I may. Damn, Padrick. Don't go getting yourself into. Baron's warning arrives a bit too late. Oh, Blue, hi! Oh my gosh, Blue, hi! Hold on. Damn, I don't have any mods here right now. Who's following? Who's that? There you go. Everyone just go get blue follow if you're not following them. Go do that. How was Stardew? You can technically do shoutouts that way if you wanted to. But I don't have a command for them currently. No mod powers. I do need another mod, so we could talk about it. But Blue, how are you? Welcome on in, everybody. I'm Spaces Rain. I'm a little frog. We're playing Vampire the Masquerade: Reckoning of New York, which is a visual novel. So I'm just reading a story to all of you. And doing little voices for some characters that I want to do voices for, but not all of them because I can't do that many voices. Hi, how was Stardew? But welcome on in. I also play a lot of Metroidvanias and RPGs and horror games. If you like any of those games. Oh, welcome. How's everything? And if anybody needs to go get rest or food or water, go take care of yourself. Go do that. But yeah. We're Vampire That's Great. If anyone does not know it, I'm slowly explaining the game. You're playing with friends, so it's extra fun. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm glad you had a really good time though. Okay. Okay, explain what's going on in this game. We're playing Callie. This is our character. We're Ravenous. Ravenous are like the tricksters and rogues of the vampire world. We're looking for our sire who went missing. We're getting kind of fucked over right now. This is Valerie. She's a Scourge. I'm doing a southern accent for her because it's funny. This is Hound. I don't know anything about this person. Oh, he's a Sombra! Okay, cool. Cool. She's been true. I thought she was Soriador, but like, that's fine. You ever get past like 25 days in Stardew? My original Stardew file that I used to use before like I restarted was year 3 or 4 or 5 or something like that. It was multiple years and I had 2 kids. I was married to Maru. Like that. And then I stopped playing and then like when they did all these updates, I didn't play for a couple of years and I was like, okay, let me go back and play it again. What on all of them? Oh, do you want to see more? Wait, while you're here, I can show you more characters. Hold on. Baron's warning arrives a bit too late. Instantly, the others shift their focus, fixing their eyes on the caitiff with unmistakable hostility. It's clear they're not exactly fond of him. This is Prince Penard. Her name's Helene Penard. I love her. They changed some of the art for these characters, and some of their original art was so much better than their current art, but I'm okay with it. Ish. Kadir's, I hate Kadir's new art. I don't know, it's not as good. Since you've already disrupted the proceedings, you might as well just say your piece, mediator. Okay. Is it Padrick? I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'm looking it up. It's an Irish name. I can't do. I'm pretty sure it's an Irish name. Regardless, I can't do an Irish accent, so you're not gonna get an Irish accent if it is meant to be Irish. I don't know how it's meant to be pronounced. I'm looking at like baby names really quick to see how it's meant to be pronounced. I'm assuming it's meant to be like Patrick. If I call him Patrick, would y'all be okay with that? I'm pretty sure it's meant to be like Patrick. I think I'm gonna call him Patrick for this. So let's go with Patrick for now, because I think that's what it's meant to be. No, it's Patrick. Sorry. Anyway. No, sometimes letters in like Irish names are pronounced a little bit different than their spelling. Like like Quifa, stuff like that, where it's like Kieve, like that, whatever the spelling of that name is. Yeah, so I don't think it's meant to be pronounced as a D. I think it is meant to be pronounced as a T, but I'm not sure. You spoke a little? Hell yeah. Alright, y'all can still see game still working? Alright, well then. I can't do an Irish accent, so I can't really figure out what I want to do for his voice. I can kind of like I can. There are things that I can do where it sounds like it's borderline Irish-ish, but it's not Irish at all, and I can't stick with it, and it's way too high pitched for like what I want to do for him, which would be like a much lower voice. But I can't really do that. I can kind of do it, but not really. I can't do it. Shirsha. Sorsay is how I'm gonna pronounce. It's, I know the pronunciation. Very well, then I am inclined to believe her, at least, in the aspects most significant to the interests of our allies. Thank you. Thanks, you mysterious weirdo. As everyone, your assertion remains devoid of substance. My guy's advice is pretty much always on point. His track record speaks for itself. The sheriff has a point that seems to hold water. Her sire might just be the one at fault. She's essentially a non-entity, is she not? A nobody that slipped under the radar until, by a stroke of sheer bad luck, she got caught red-handed. Do excuse the pun. Seisha is one of the most, yeah. When you give it another look, the evidence you have collected should indeed back up that claim quite convincingly. And what grounds your intricate evaluation? I cannot read. And what grounds your intricate evaluation precisely? There we go. My judgment is shaped by your vast experience and simply tempered by reasoning and intuition. It changes little regarding the consequences she must face for her complicity in her sire's crimes. It's do or die. How would I serve you Renard's head on a silver platter in exchange for mine unscathed on my shoulders? Kadir stare pins me under silent disapproval, but he lets me, as a curly-haired asshole put it, spin my yarn. I know all his secret spots in this town, plus the spots he wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. I'm marked into his network, his contacts, I've got his playbook down, and I can say one step ahead of him with ease. Just give me a chance, and we will be thanking our lucky stars by the end. They slip into a quiet introspection, or maybe they're just playing around a mental chess, trying to read each other's minds without uttering a word. I have reservations about this daring proposition, and consider the potential fallout if this entire situation spirals out of control. Kadir throws up his hand, clearly over-dealing with my case. Capturing this whelp proved hardly a challenge. I wouldn't sweat the idea of catching her again. What's more, entrusting her with castles resolves two issues at once. It swiftly eliminates her presence and enables us to prioritize genuine concerns. But someone has to keep a constant watch over her. Valerie, perhaps one of yours? A batshit crazy idea burst into my mind. The kind of gamble that would either turn out brilliantly or spectacularly implode. Let's let the dice roll. How about him? I jab my finger towards the quiet caitiff, Patrick. Was it? His expression shifts to one of utter confusion as he catches the subtle smirks of the council members. Surely you're not considering. This could play out quite favorably, I must admit. Quite favorably indeed. Holy shit, it actually worked. Very well. Patrick Conroy, I hereby appoint you as the agent caretaker for this ravenous neonate. I hate to break it to you, Sheriff, but this call is out of your turf. He's with us, Anarchs, and you know it well enough. Technically, when he took on the whole peacemaker role for our cliques, he acquired a level of neutrality, so yeah. Kadir redirects his gaze to the caitiff. Your responsibility is to ensure she fulfills the assignment within 4 nights, starting now. Any slip-ups on her end will reflect on your record as well. Do we have an understanding? 4 nights, not a whole lot, but better than nothing. Patrick's resigned nod mirrors exactly how I feel. Now, back to where we were. Their sudden disinterest in me is a clear get out of here signal. Seems like I've managed to slide from one pit to another, but hey, I brought myself a little time, and in my world, that's precious currency. Unless, of course, that caitiff turns out to be a wild card. Yay! Yay! We got Addison Payne, who is a venture primogen, and old as fuck. Aisling Sturbridge, who is the High Regent of the Tremere. Gianni, who we know is the Nosferatu. I didn't know that. Helene, who's Ventru. We got Lasumberhound. We got Julia, who's Lasumber. She is the protagonist from the second game. I forgot her name. Callie, who's me. Patrick Conroy, who is a caitiff. I'm really, really interested in what his powers are. A calm, nondescript presence lurking in the background of any meeting involving both the Anarchs and the Camarilla. Patrick Conroy easily assumes the mantle of mediator. Although disdained for his caitiff providence by the Ivory Tower figures, he not only serves as peacemaker but also acts as an advisor to Torque, the Baron of the Bronx. Uptight, taciturn, and surrounded by an air of mystery, Patrick is tasked with shadowing Callie in her search for her missing sire, all the while skirting around his most private affairs. Good ear, Toreador, Sheriff of New York City. Thomas Arturo, Venture. There are a lot of Ventures in this town. Yeah, Berha! Torque. I don't know his name. And then we've got Valerie, who's also Venture. Helene, I love Helene. Only place I can go is here. Up in the air, main quest. I bought myself some time to find Renard and clear him out of the city before the Cameron catches on. The only trouble is the caitiff tick clean in my back, which honestly is kind of my own fault. I need to figure out how to shake him off. Space, yeah. What up? You're done. You've done. I've done what? I made you want to learn Irish again? That's valid. Right. We might not need air to nourish our vitae, but I still let out a sigh of relief when the doors to Elysium slammed shut behind me. Talk about a crew of entitled assholes holed up in their ivory tower, staring at Kindred just scraping by to make dead ends meet. I hope to get a nice sharp stake at their foot. But hey, it's all good. My golden words and silver tongue managed to buy me some time to find Renard and get the hell out of Dodge before those clowns catch on. Though we've already hit the west coast. The only hiccup for now is... keep making that face at me and it might just stick that way. I pinched my lips together and squint for a good measure. What are we, reverting to playground tactics now? Hush, I'm concentrating on blowing you up your brain with my mind. If it keeps you quiet, by all means, keep trying. I shoot him a defiant glare and whirl around, his exasperated sigh chasing after me. But what may, this caitiff tick's gotta go. Look, the sun is about to rise. We can pick up this little dance of ours again tomorrow night, okay? Let's get moving. My haven isn't even in this part of town. Hold up. What do you mean, your haven? Alright, hear me out. I get that this whole thing is a bit of a pain for the both of us. Trust me, I have no more desire to mind you than you have to be minded. But let's rewind for a second. You're the one who picked me at Elysium and got us both into this mess. If I let you out of my sight, things will get proper unpleasant for me. And believe me, I'm speaking from experience. But you will be torn to shreds by Kadir's hounds before you could say, oops. They'll sniff you out, sooner rather than later. That is a stone cold fact. When you hear interesting language, you can't help but fall down a 3-month long rabbit hole of language learning, and then I never use what I learn and lose it again. Yeah, understood. So how about we skip the theatrics and you tag along to a place I know is safe. We can regroup and figure out our next move come nightfall. He stops mid-sentence, fingers crossed for whatever is the Kindred version of a stroke. Maybe I could slip away and get to my RV. No, your RV is completely off the table. Not a problem, I've got solid 7 other hideouts. I'm sure you do, though. If they haven't seen your shadow in the last 6 months, I'd wager they no longer exist. Mind sharing where they were? Hello, is this the Secret Service speaking? Like, I'd spill my shit to you. Just so you know, my network is sprawling and meticulously crafted. Think global spiderweb. Sounds more like you're the fly caught within, believing it's your very kingdom. Meanwhile, the fat spider at the center awaits its chance patiently. Yep, you keep channeling your inner Keats. Gosh. He stays silent for a moment, likely thinking he's gained the upper hand in our verbal spar. This will count it as my win. Nevertheless, he starts yapping soon after. I love yapping. In any case, we need a place to rest, and my haven is the safest choice. I'd really hate to resort to violence, but don't presume I won't drag you there if the need arises. It's your call. Every time I don't get a say, it somehow turns out to be my call. Come on, what do you think I'll do? Run away? Obviously. Oh, ye of little faith. Would I try to bail on you on Christmas night? Your sticking around might just count as a true holiday miracle. And no, I don't bank on holiday miracles. If you are under the impression I'll let you out of my sight, then you are not paying attention. Come on, let's not dilly-dally. Dilly-dally? Did they embrace him a Dickens novel? Talk about being charming. Alright, after you. I'm trying to figure out what kind of voice I want to do for him, but I don't know yet. Someone as I am, it turns out Mr. Thin and Mean over there is just as immovable. Arguing seems futile. Time for a different approach. I toss him a thoughtful glance, noticing him leisurely fiddling with one of those ugly rings, adoring every conceivable part of his hands. What a jerk. My gang would eat him alive. But I can deal with him on my own just fine. All I need is a little bit of inspiration. After a quick look around, a couple of schemes start to take shape. I spy with my little eye a handful of mortals daring to navigate the frosty streets. Many of them staggering alone on the frozen sidewalks, whether from the ice or generous helping of alcohol they've indulged in earlier. It's quite the tempting scene. I'm not exactly famished. I managed to grab a bite on the road before hitting New York, but the caitiff's in the dark about that. And honestly, I'm pretty skilled at acting the part of the hungry predator, if I do say so myself. I halt abruptly, allowing a series of convulsive twitches to seize me. What's with the drama now? I'm feeling off. I haven't fed in a while. It's starting to get to me. I don't think I can handle it much longer. You're telling me you cannot endure for a few more hours. No, with my clan, hunger hits differently. It's swift and merciless. It's just how we are. Been there once, never want to go back. He shoots me a look filled with skepticism, but I just mimic a shiver, my body quaking as if I'm starved. Yeah, I'm lying alright, but he doesn't know that. Ravenous are a rare sight, practically unheard of around here. Or anywhere, really. Ribbit. Hi. So in his eyes, my performance could very well be genuine. To further my agenda, I press a hand to my temple, my eyes tracking a solitary figure puffing away in a nearby nook. Had that Valerie's gang not blindsided me, I might have. Alright, enough. Just make it quick. I'll stay close just in case. What kind of voice do I want to do for him? I wish I could do it in like an English accent, because that would work really well for him. I can't do an Irish accent, though. It's really hard to do. We make our way towards the isolated figure. Patrick positions himself to block any escapes while I face our target. The guy blows out a cloud of smoke. His eyes daze, mumbling under his breath. Sorry, pal. I lean in as if I wanted to give him the kiss, but instead I push him hard, sending him stumbling straight into Patrick's open arms. And just like that, the guy topples to the ground, while the caitiff somehow remains upright despite being thrown off balance. It's my cue to seize the moment and zoom away in the opposite direction, pushing my legs as fast as I go. I have no idea where I'm going, but solitude sounds perfect right now. Even after everything tonight, it looks like I'm on a roll. Must be that ravenous charm working its magic. We fuck up. I instantly regret my choice the moment I dash into an alleyway. A dodgy crew handling crates that seems to be filled with combat gear snaps their attention towards me the moment I make my entrance. And they've seen my inhuman speed. Shit. Caleb, look. Oh, come on. What did I ever do to you, Lady Luck, to jinx me like that? Squad, to your positions. They begin to circle me, exchanging nods. It's only then I notice their tactical gear and their unmistakable outline of what mistakes. It's the infamous Special Affairs Division? Seriously, fuck my own life. Reynard was spot on. I'm way too quick to pop the champagne. I'm always too quick to pop the champagne. Back off, would you? This isn't going to end well for you. Show your filthy goblin. Show your filthy goblin. That's how he sounds. He whips out a stake to compensate for his shaky tone. I'm not one for head-on-head combat, but it's way past time for cutting. From the sides, now. They come at me all at once with an attack surprisingly uncoordinated for such a well-equipped team. That does erase the only reason I may survive this. As a flash of heat surges through me, their movement seemed to slow down. I grab the first one by the arm as he swings a knife at me, driving my nails into his armpit. Everything turns a shade of red I find disturbingly pleasant. Next, I leap and spin, taking this squeaky girl down with a kick that leaves her neck at a grotesque angle, her body crumpling to the ground. Their leader waves his stake in hesitation, searching for an opening. Bring it on, you undead whore. I don't give him the chance. In an instant, I'm at his throat, tearing and ripping, his blood washing over my skin like a hot shower. It feels comforting. As the chaos fades, there I am, perfectly unharmed, amid the carnage, swept up in the rush of victory. So that is definitely my night. Then reality strikes, quite literally. Knocked into my knees and suddenly dazed, I scramble to get up. I need to get out before the caitiff catches up. As I try to rise, a kick sends me sprawling. Another thug, one that I missed, sits on top of me. Stake in hand, aimed straight at my heart. I react instantly, buckling his hips and reaching for his elbow, ready to tear and rip, but I can't. And I don't have to. Suddenly, hands encircle the thug's neck, twisting it in a complete circle, reminiscent of some horror movie owl. He drops beside me, lifeless, as the caitiff casually retrieves the stake. So, hunger took you out, huh? Piss off. Emily, thank you is the phrase you're looking for. You should be glad I caught up to you so quickly. He extends his hand with grace, and there's a part of me itching to grab it, to pull at it, and literally take him down a peg. But I let the moment pass. The brawls worn me out, and dawn's creeping up on us. I refuse his help, pushing myself up with a mix of pride and fatigue. Why don't you hold on to the stake? Consider it a memento of the time you nearly got taken out by a few hunters and needed my intervention. A slice of humble pie, if you will. I took the stake into my belt bag, feeling more awkward about it than I cared to show. For the record, I had it in control. But wait, hunters? Of course, you didn't seriously think it was the SAD, did you? He lets out a chuckle, the first one I've heard from him. It feels out of place, I think. Do not take it personally. But if it were the SAD you were up against, you would have been taken out before you even realized that there was a threat. They're too well organized, too professional. These guys, however... He sweeps his hand around, gesturing towards the fallen hunters. Well, they haven't quite measured the element of surprise. Mastered, sorry. So, running into that many in one place, I know Kadir mentioned something about a locust swarm back at Elysium, but shit, that's more than just bad luck. Indeed. New York is nowhere near as safe for our kind as it once was. Hold on. This is not your typical hunter behavior. It's an anomaly, and its source is still unknown. Until we figure it out, I strongly advise against sprinting like a demented cheetah, fighting whatever's within arm's reach, or showing off your unique powers. For your own safety, assume you're under constant surveillance. Choose your moments wisely. It's the second time I'm hearing this kind of warning tonight. Maybe I should actually start paying attention. And you might want to rethink your attempts to ditch me. I might not arrive in time to save you the next time you get into trouble. The next time? He seems to have me all figured out. Alright, maybe sticking with you might have some benefits. Am I hearing things, or was that a compliment? Don't let it get to your head, and don't expect a repeat. No. About that haven of yours? Let's go to his haven. The sun's about to rise, and I've had more than enough for one night. All I need is to sink to the deep, dark void of rest in a night. Patrick 7 will be the place. Wow, this is the place to be. I can read words. Okay. The walk feels endlessly long. I try to focus on the task of locating Renard, but my thoughts just won't line up right. Definitely not a promising end to the night. But I know it. We're already there. Sorry, before I know it, we're already there. This is our stop. Let's head inside. Dawn is nearly upon us. He steps through the door first, but leaves it open for me. I see it as a slight sign of trust, or maybe I'm just too exhausted to be on the lookout for tricks. Home sweet home. Ooh, a pretty house. Or a pretty room. Peeking into a kindred's haven is kind of like trying to read their diary, assuming they have one, of course. Our van, which I share with my crew, might tell a story of covert operations, daring escapes, and tight-knit camaraderies. For those with a flair of trauma, that is. To anyone else, it could just seem like a mobile hideout for a few smugglers. Granted, I haven't exactly been a guest in many havens, but this one? It's practically shouting its love affair with books and a certain, let's say, relaxed approach to tidiness. And that Patrick probably didn't expect to have company, like ever. Every inch of it's covered in books, papers, and random notes, a wild mosaic of ideas, from the mundane to the outright unhinged. I swear there are even scribbles and napkins in the mix. Patrick seems a bit flustered that I caught his haven in such disarray. He rushes to clean up, packing up an armful of papers along the way. Make yourself at home. The couch is all yours. At least the window's all still open. I've been placed with steel shutters. Oh no, the place feels rather cozy. A pretty decent haven, I think. Just a tad too lonely for my tastes. What's with the papers explosion? You fancy yourself a writer or something? No. Clearly he does. The sack of paper he's clutching is kept under wraps and impossible to read, but the ones littering the rest of the space, they're up for grabs. I stretched my neck to get a closer look, ditching any attempts to be sneaky, only to find some disjointed snippets about history, voices, oracles, and the like. I shoot him a disappointed frown, only to be met with his painfully blank gaze. Clearly someone's got their poker face down pat. A history buff? Don't take this the wrong way, but you totally give off that vibe. Why would I take it the wrong way? I give a casual shrug, and he offers a smile in return. It's not exactly brimming with joy, but hey, I'll take what I can get. Get some rest. We've got a busy night ahead of us. It's hard to put up a fight against common sense, especially when you're running on empty. I give him a vague wave, settle onto the couch, amid a few stray papers, and let myself sink into the deep, dark void of rest. Whoa, a frog! Whoa, a rabbit! Tremere Laboratory, intermission. What? The steady drone of machinery blends with the aroma of ancient dust and robot alchemy, conjuring a palpable atmosphere that teases the senses. It's a relentless reminder of the raw power in action, a sensation that never leaves you, no matter how far away you go. Is it common? Is it a common theme among Tremere Labs? Or did she add a personal twist just for my sake? Ugh, that's beside the point tonight. Tonight, the stakes are sky high, no room for getting sidetracked. I'm going to ask this once. You do understand all the specifics, correct? The procedure and the risks that come with it? My gaze drifts down to the necklace, a symbol of my cause. I nod in silent agreement. Make no mistakes, should you attempt to violate our arrangement, I have my methods to track you down. Believe me, that would be far less pleasant than what's coming next. Let's just get this over with, shall we? Who are we? Give me the headbats. I'm instantly hit with pain so intense, it feels like my flesh is being torn asunder. No matter how much I try, I can't black out, even for the briefest moment of blissful reprieve. Oh, Frog, I'm good. How are you? My consciousness clings on, as stubborn as I am, as if making me pay for my plentiful sins. Or paving the road for the new ones to come. But the agony is worth it, and so is the prize that's coming after. What's that? Zombies survival game? Hell yeah. I'm not in full screen because this game doesn't work in full screen for me. Number 2024, 67 year. Again and again, it's the same sensation. A sudden plunge into frigid water, slapping me back into reality. Not exactly a graceful awakening, more of a shit, here we go again kind of moment. In the midst of this routine, there's always that distinctive first touch, the thing that jolts me back to consciousness. This time, it's a gentle rustle of pages turning, a subtle nudge back to the waking world. I crack open an eye and look around. In his derelict armchair, Patrick sits bent over a heavy tome, pencil in hand, etching thoughts into the yellow pages. His gaze never leaves the text, but he must have sensed me awakened. Good evening. I hope you slept well. Yeah? I did, actually. Not worse than in any other place. At least, you kind of take what you can get when you're live on the road. Sorry, when you live on the road. I am well aware. Oh, am I in the presence of another esteemed vagabond? more of a traveler by necessity. Still, baffling as it is, it seems we have something in common. So, did I sneeze through anything noteworthy? He jots down one last note and carefully closes the book before finally glancing up at me, face unyielding and cold as ice. That would depend on your definition of noteworthy, but I have been pondering our next steps. Oh, do tell. I have been working for the Anarchs for the past 2 years and forged friendly relationships with some of them, Torque included. Although, in this particular case, I would rather avoid his presence. Trouble in Paradise? Trouble in the Bronx. Torque is more than occupied with the current ongoings within his turf. He may have neither time nor patience for a visit. He glances at the window, clearly wrestling with his thoughts. Pity? So what do you propose then? The allegations against your sire. See, I happen to know someone who used to be deeply entrenched in the darker corners of the Red Market, an anarch, working not too far from here. If Cassel truly wields as much influence as the court suggests, my contact could offer substantial aid. Substantial, you say? Wow, can't argue with that. Except it's a no-go, amigo. His face scrunches up in surprise and he repeats the words as if trying to taste them for poison. A no-go, amigo? Look, I get it. You have friends and contacts aplenty, but so do I. Also, I know Renard Castle like the back of my hand. We've been dealing all around the city, on and off, for almost 2 years. There's gotta be somebody here who knows where he bailed. Patrick furrows his brow, waiting for me to elaborate, sorry. This is a real quandary. 2 little angels whisper steadily into my ears, one having fallen spectacularly into the pits of hell, while the other has only sauntered vaguely downward, spouting complete contradictory notions. In the end, I ignore them both, as I often do, and choose a third option, the best option, one where I don't have to reveal much at all. There's this one guy who hangs around Harlem. Elie Sensoric? Apparently, he's one of the few kindred that didn't burn with hatred for Renard, so it must mean they were getting along. He tilts his head slightly at the name of my, well, let's just call it contact. Elie? Oh, Eli. Is it Eli or Elie? Wait. Is it Elie? Eli? I think it's Eli. I think the name's Eli. The serpent. Why? Do you have something against them? Do you know about the ministry? No, never mind that. Do you have the slightest inkling of what Sanseric is capable of? I'm not sure to pronounce the last name. Yeah, I think it's Eli. I thought it was Ellie. I thought there was an extra L. Oh, I'm not fond of that look. The one filled with pity, but somehow I can't seem to bring out a credible lie despite him. Go on, enlighten me. To put it bluntly, only in the most desperate situation would anyone with an ounce of sanity consider seeking out Eli. A perfect lead, given my circumstances, I can go find him now, have a little chat, and be back in no time. What'd you catch? A goldfish! We could go find him, but it's far from the best course of action at the moment. Eli is known to be extremely dangerous and territorial. We should not take him lightly. I propose we go to the Anarchs first. At least there we will not be in danger of losing our heads. We're being so dramatic. We're gonna be fine. What's the worst that can happen? I believe us literally losing our heads is most definitely in the realm of possibility. We can split the party, you know. Again, we most certainly could not. See, I think. Sweet lord, this guy. Alright, time to kick things up a notch. I fish a weighted coin out of my belt bag. Whoops, sorry. I think I reached my limit there. How about we just flip a coin? Heads we go to Eli, tails we go to Harlem. You mean the Bronx. I hate it when people actually listen to what I say. Fine, call it already. I see him hesitate, eyes going blank for a moment. His hand almost inadvertently crawls towards his ring, spinning it around a couple of times. Squinting at it, I finally manage to make out that it's a dice ring. One of those really dorky ones that D&D nerds when they want to look their silliest. Finally, Patrick looks at me, gaze as sharp as ever. Alright, but you call it. Say it yourself, buddy, it's your funeral. Heads or tails? He's a caitiff. I'm really curious what his powers are. I'm stretching a little bit, sorry. I don't think a coin flip is a command. Let me see if I can make one. Hold on, let me look. Let me see. I'll check. No, I don't see one on there. You got a hermit crab? Yay! No, I don't see it. I'm just gonna roll a d20 and make the d20 pick for me. No, what? I'm just gonna go with heads. It's okay. Nah, just too much work. I'm just gonna go heads. Heads. I lower my head to hide a little smile. The weight of coin glimmers in the warm light of the floor lamp as it soars through the air, spinning quicker than the wheel of fate. I land safely on my outstretched hand and I flip it onto my palm, showing it calmly to Patrick without even a glance. He looks at it, smiles up at me like the cat that got the cream. Tails, fancy that. Seems we're all going to the Bronx after all. What? It's possible. Truly impossible. This has never happened before. Traitorous coin, have I not been good to you? Have I not kept you safe in my pocket all these years? Is this how you repay me? I mean, what the actual fuck? Who is he? Did David Blaine finally freeze to death and turn into this lanky trickster? How did he? Best out of three? Best 2 out of 3? Come on, we can take my car. Oh shit, that's one battle lost. Yeah, your car. Wait, you mean that black rattletrap out front? It's a perfectly accessible vehicle, whose minuscule size allows for. You know what? How about we just go? And you can enjoy your minuscule vehicle in silence. What vampire game about? So we're playing as... Where is she? Callie. This is us. We are Ravnos. Ravnos are tricksters. They're really, really good at, like, following their gut and doing dangerous shit and doing it. Like, they're, like, lucky by nature. They're really cool. I really like Ravnos. She's dead. Because I killed her. There's Kadir. He was the sheriff. So anyway, we're looking for the person that turned us into a vampire. His name is Renard. And we're just working with... Where is Patrick? Working with him. And we have like 4 days to do it or we get killed. A's for anarchy. Patrick's car is indeed a perfectly serviceable vehicle. And that's legally all I'm allowed to say. I'm having a blast shuffling through all the ancient cassette tapes he's collected, judging his taste in music out loud. Another Bohemian Rhapsody? Seriously? I thought I only had one of them. Terrific. He says it with the straightest of faces, and I can't help but burst into laughter. God forbid you get with the times, but how about a legit car radio, you know, to update your playlist? Says the one sporting a Walkman on her belt. Touche, I guess. So, I do have a soft spot for Queen. It never gets old. Just saying, you're missing out a whole lot if you're ignoring stuff from the 21st century. The music scene's been booming. Ever heard of K-pop? You'd give off some serious... I'm not saying the sentence. I'm not saying the sentence. I refuse to say it. He eyes me with sudden interest. Do you think any of them have released cassette tapes? Aside from our contrasting views on modernity. That's the second time this word has popped up and I don't know how to pronounce it. Our little journey proceeds smoothly, too smoothly in fact. A violent itch grows within me to tease, scratch, prod, and I can't help but give in. You say you've been in New York for 2 years now? That sounds about right. And what's that been like for you? Do you like it here? I do. What's up with all these questions? Killing time, mostly. We can play I Spy instead if you prefer. I'd rather not. Okay. How did you end up with the Anarchs? Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? Maybe. What kind of accident? I landed in New York about 2 years ago. Shortly after, I managed to save a handful of kindred. Mostly of the Anarch variety. Although, I do believe there was some Camarilla in the mix. It earned me what I would call tentative trust from Torque. And not much else, as you might have assessed back in Elysium. Wow, how noble. So how did you go from kindred hero to Camarilla Goofer? Gopher, not Goofer, sorry, it's Gopher. There's a pause as he's genuinely considering the trajectory of his own life. I have a knack for playing peacemaker, apparently. And while Tor considers it an asset, the Camarilla thinks it's a chink in his armor. Compromise isn't really in the vocabulary, you know? Oh, I definitely do know. But if you save some Camarilla kindred as well, why not start with them and curry some favor? They're the fat cats in New York, right? I am a caitiff, Callie. My kind is not exactly welcome here in the ivory tower. A rare feeling of guilt washes over me. Even though there's no bitterness in his voice, after a brief uncomfortable silence, I abruptly changed the subject and lead the conversation onto a slightly different track. So, we have the Camarilla and the Anarchs. It's pretty much standard fare. Anyone else to keep an eye out for? No. His response is so swift, it borders on phony, but his face remains as impassive as always. I hate Tessa's energy, whatever that is. Don't worry about it. Right. How about cool stories about the Anarchs? You seem to gel with most of them. He hesitates briefly, his hands, while placed firmly on the steering wheel, meet in the middle, as his fingers start nervously fiddling with the dice ring. Deep down, the logical part of me knows I should back off. But the readily available part, the one right beneath my cold, dead skin, lurches at this opportunity that sneaks straight into the vault of secrets. Come on, I'm dying of boredom here. You must have some wild tale to tell. Something not found in your pile of books. Fidgeting with the ring stops. His hands turn to the perfectly sensible 9-3 on the wheel. No wow tales, really. I mostly just talk to people. Riveting. What kind of people? Thin-bloods, for the most part. I was particularly interested in one called Sana, but mentioning her tends to shut conversations down. Probably because she met her final death 4 years ago. 4 years back, at the hands of the sheriff, no less. I cannot read sentences. Yeah, we're a vampire. We are a vampire. We are looking for the person that turned us into a vampire because they were missing. And we're hanging out with Patrick, who is also a vampire. And we're all different clans. So, like, we're Ravnos. He's caitiff, so he's clanless. Kadir, wow, she must really start the pot. Well, she did go on a mortal killing spree, but I'm not one to judge whether or not the punishment fits the crime. What? Wait, she just, like, straight up murdered a bunch of mortals? Why? Thin-bloods usually just sort of lie low. Better for their health in general. He hesitates again. Why so secretive about a thin-blood going rogue? She claimed she was acting under orders from Cain, urging her to kill. My eyebrow shoots up, waiting for him to continue. He allegedly told Sana the end of the world is nigh, and somehow that devolved into a killing spree. And she never questioned why the creator of our whole species would specifically choose her. Just straight up went on a rampage. For some reason, this perfectly innocent remark really gets on his nerves. Look, I'm just telling you what I've heard. I never met Sana myself. I just found her condition fascinating. Hey, no need to get worked up. I glanced at your research notes. I know you're really into the inner voices stuff. I'm not judging, it's just... We can end this conversation anytime you want, really. It's just nice to have some really niche hobbies, you know? My interest in you and, I don't know, crocheting or something is a lot less intense than chasing crazies. The kindred might not need air. But Patrick sighs so profoundly. It probably echoes into the very afterlife. Or wherever else Sana went after meeting her final death. Okay, water time. I'm not sure what I expected from an anarch outpost in one of the most densely populated cities in America. Maybe a sewer hideaway, sitting right next to the local rats. Maybe a few Prohibition-era cellars, linked by a web of secret corridors. Maybe even a chaotic squat in a dilapidated brownstone. Water frog, I just had water. I'll do it again. But a grimy auto repair shop with a bold red sign proudly declaring it's Mato's place? That's definitely wasn't on my list. Gosh, but I'm helping. You are. Is it a... Now, I know I'm not supposed to talk about your perfectly serviceable car anymore, but is this really the right time for your yearly inspection? Ouch, the silent treatment. Patrick parks carefully, checking the side mirrors to see if he's aligned perfectly with the curb. Finally, with a satisfied nod, he turns the engine off. Let's go. And he gets out of the car, just like that. I follow, of course. Not because he told me to, but, well, hanging solo in a car at night gets real boring, real fast. Even with Queen Didu dying in the background. Mato, are you there? I fully expect company, but I still flinch when a huge, burly kindred steps out from the shadows. Quieter than a mouse. His grime-covered arms are all set to give Patrick a bear hug? He stops himself. Oh, I understand that line. That was a little weird. But he stops himself at the very last moment. Whoa, I caught a small frog. Oh, you got a tadpole! Yay! You're helping! Yay! Pastry, you're helping. But he stops himself at the very last moment, either from plain common sense or because I'm there. Patty, looking good, my man. What can I do for you? Need me to take a look at the old chunker of yours? Patty? Clunker? Sorry, Clunker. Oh, this is gonna be good. I grin at Patty expectantly, only to be met with his gaze full of discontent. My clunker is in top shape, thank you, Mato. Besides, I can see you are rather busy tonight. Still, I hoped you would have a moment for a few questions, so it won't take long. Mato erupts into laughter, patting Patty on the shoulder with a hand as big as a dinner plate. Any mortal would get pulverized by a friendly little pat like that. This gentle giant is truly something else. Anything for you, my man. And speaking of, who's this you brought? Mato's gaze cuts right through me. His hawkish eyes surprisingly cool and sharp despite his rugged exterior. A split second, I can read words, passes before I realize he's sizing me up, and then I'm coming up short. Mato probably wouldn't spare me a second glance if it wasn't for Patrick. Mato, Mikali, she's got in a bit of a situation with the Every Tower, you see. Well, to put it short, her execution is on hold, provided she delivers the council her sire's head on a silver platter. Mato lets out a long whistle, his eyes getting a touch of warmth and, dare I say, grudging respect. Damn, what's your sire accused of? That's kind of what we're trying to piece together. Ever come across a lich who goes by Reynard Castle? Reynard? Can't say it rings a bell. What's his deal? Blood trade, among other things. Magic sits it quietly, sharply, with no hesitation. And I swear I see a bit of vitae draining from Mato's face. He almost drops a dirty rag he's been fiddling with ever since we got here. A tense silence fills the air, stretching like an endless rubber band. Thankfully, just as I'm a second away from blurting out some nonsense to break it up, Mato speaks. I left that shit behind me, and you know that. I know, believe me. We're not here to dredge up the past. We just need a direction. Nothing more, nothing less. Surely there is someone who's still in the loop. Someone who might have heard some rumors. Mato falls silent, avoiding Patrick's eyes. Internally, I'm giving Patrick a standing ovation. I mean, I'm well aware I've misjudged my kid of caretaker, but damn if he's not a water cooler. Maybe he can even teach me a thing or two. I get it's a difficult situation. Oh, they changed his name to Patty! But I was really hoping you can help me out here. You know I would not hesitate to reciprocate, as I have in the past. Yeah, I know. He seems more resigned than irritated, but still refused to speak. Eyes downcast, body language borderline deer in headlights. There must be some juicy history between those two. And I make sure to remember that info for later. Patrick shoots me a quick look, but before he can double down on the guilt tripping. That's 18 frogs, what are you doing? I flash my most charming grin and step forward. You see, I've only known Patty here for what, a single night? Turns out that's more than enough to figure out he's pretty good at killing the vibe when he puts his mind to it. That earns me an outraged glare from the caitiff, when I cheerfully ignore, and an unexpected chuckle from Matzo. I get my blessings and push on. Look, I don't know the first thing about you, the whole blood trade drama or whatever, that's none of my business. I'm not about to dig in your dirt. Survival's the game we're all playing, right? Throwing a Renard quote out there is kind of cheap, but tends to work like a charm. So I'll back off. Plus, I'm in a spot where I really can't afford to have anyone else in the town be pissed off by me. Yay! Yay, you caught a frog! Yay, congrats! Yeah, gotcha. It's just that. No need to spell it out for me. Gnarly pass are sort of my thing, you know. Let's just drop the whole shebang, aight? He nods hesitantly, and I'm not sure if he caught on to my attempts to win him over. I really hope he didn't, because I've already scanned his workshop and caught a bait or two I can feed him to keep him on the hook. Hey, you run a garage, yeah? Got any spare hydraulic jacks lying around? My leveling system's completely bailed on me a few nights back. Leveling system? That's a new one. Didn't figure you for an RV type. What's your ride? I mean, it kind of started its life as a Class C Mini Winnie, but after years of us messing with it and adding stuff, it's basically a custom build now. Oh, and it's a 6-wheeler. He lets out a whistle so clear it's almost musical. Modified chassis, huh? Color me intrigued. I'd love to get a look at that beast. Maybe it's just a simple fix for the jacks, like some wiring gone bad, no power getting through. Nope, checked that already. When these jacks decide it's game over, there's no coming back. It's not a big deal, really. I just hate having anything break on me while I'm out and about, you know? Tell me about it. Need to spend a little time on the road myself. Yeah, well, what's your haunt? Duluth, Minnesota. Been ages since I went back, though. Why's that? Oh, you know, stuff, business, responsibilities, and then I just sort of gave up on it. Is he Gangrel? He's not on here yet. Duluth is very heavy werewolf territory. I believe it's Duluth, that is. And all the areas, like, within, Big the Masquerade, that are, a lot of the areas close to Minnesota, are very that's the word I want. Very heavy with Gangrel presence and very heavy with werewolf presence. I don't know if that's the case though. If he's Gangrel though. Either Gangrel, Bruja, something very built on like Protean or Celerity. So one of those clans probably. I don't know though. Well, if you ever get hit with a sudden wave of nostalgia, I could swing by and pick you up after I'm done with all this Kimria bullshit, of course. It might be Hope playing tricks on me, but he seems more at ease now. Maybe even warmed up to me by a degree or two. Your Class C, that's your haven, right? Right on. Fully decked sun-proof steel curtains and all. Reliable and minty fresh mobile haven. Damn, I really need to see that masterpiece sometime. Give me a few nights to sort myself out, and I'll show you all of its quirks. Stretch and hydrate? Okay. How's everyone doing? I'm good. I'm just reading. I'm gonna take my headphones off. I don't really need them on. It'll stretch, though. What's up? Your cock's an actual smile, looking both wistful and excited. You know what? I might take you up on that offer. Deal. Just keep those fingers crossed for me, alright? I'm gonna navigate my way out of the Kimmeria mess first, remember? I gleefully sift through Mato's treasures, pretending I don't see him watching me like a hawk. Clearly fighting a vicious internal battle, but in the end, neither of us broke our silent standoff. It's time we head out. We still need to find someone who can give us answers. Sorry to bother you, Mato, and thank you for your time. Oh, it's cold, even by Patrick's standards. But it sets me up perfectly. Happy you're doing well, though. I smile brightly at Mato and wave a little. I might come back. See you around, I hope. And if not, Patty's here. Patty here will give you my regards. We turn around and leave, and I quietly count the steps, but before I reach, Mato curses under his breath and speaks up. Hold up. Patrick shoots me a meaningful look, but it's gone by the time we both turn back to the friendly giant. Mato's gnawing at his bottom lip and twisting the rag between his fingers. Yes. I really am out of that business, Patty. I know, Mato. Still, some whispers find their way to my ear. Nobody likes gossip more than a buzzed-up kindred. Ain't that the truth? Usually comes in real handy, too. Yeah, so there's this thin-blood alchemist. Scalar's her name, I think. Hangs around at Sunny's a lot. Sunny's? Empire of the Sun. It's a local anarch dive. Yeah, exactly. Sunny's. If anybody knows anything about the blood trade, it's her. She's the only albino around, too, so you won't miss her for none. Thank you, Mato. This is all we need. I owe you, big time. Who knows, you might have saved my skin there. Don't mention it. So we should get going. Take care. Not so fast, runts. Ooh, who are you? We got a Brujah? We got a Brujah? They had Brujah vibes. Who are you? What's the kindred in the city and their love for lurking? It's just me who's losing edge. Mrs. Sorrenso, what a pleasure. The air crackles with their mutual glare. What do you got? Got a Zemitzi! No dex. You need dex for Zemitzi, sorry. It still works. We got good other stats, but you need dex for Zemitzi. The air crackles with the mutual glares. Patrick stoic, hers livid. Matsu waves at her awkwardly, to which she responds with a curt nod. Me? Excuse me. Might as well be invisible to her. Twerk needs you now. Why? I'm gonna tell you not to debate you, Kata. Figure it out on your own. Patrick tries to hide his frustration, but his jaw is set and his shoulders tight. Fine, let's get moving, Kelly. I don't think you heard me right. Twerk summoned you. Your ravenous pup is not invited. She turns on her heel and walks off into the night. The cluttered car shop suddenly feels a touch more welcoming, as if starlight broke through after a storm. Malta gives Patrick another one of those awkward shoulder pats, but it does have a relaxing effect on him. Or at least it stops him erratically spinning the ring. Who was that charmer? Didn't seem like a regular run-of-the-mill errand girl. Yeah, no, that was Mia, Torque's enforcer. Sort of big fish around here. Bigger than Torque, sometimes. Easy, Patty. You wouldn't want her catching wind of that. Patrick clears his throat in a uselessly mortal manner. Right, I believe that is our cue to go. Thanks again, Watson. Don't mention it, and hey, you're welcome back anytime, both of you. You got it. Later. Alright. Any information on them? No, are they just humans then? Well, not, Mata wouldn't. Oh, well, Mia wouldn't be. Mata might be. Patrick gnashes his teeth so loudly that I can hear it a good 5 feet away. He's spinning his ring in such a violent and erratic manner that for a brief, bizarre moment, I think he's gonna rip it off his finger. Rip his finger off, sorry. So I make a brilliant, as always, decision to lighten the mood. Not gonna lie, I don't think I've ever met a kid as charming and likable as Mata. What's his deal? Where he hiding the bodies? From what I gather, his skeletons are buried deep in his past. Malta used to be quite the skilled thaumaturge once, delving into the darker arts, albeit reluctantly. His style can be quite intense. Is he not? Is he a Tremere? Aren't they all? Right. I'm happy to report that my efforts seem to have worked, or at least Patrick straightens up and puts his hand in his pockets instead of maiming them with a twisty ring. So, who knows what his little claws are doing to the lining of his coat. So, what's the plan now? I have to go see Torque. Yeah, I gathered, but Scary Enforcer Lady made it clear I wasn't invited to the party. You'll have to wait in the car then. Look, as much as I consider your perfectly serviceable car to be excellent company. Green Frog! We both know I can't just sit around and doing nothing. Then I'll ask someone to keep an eye on you. It should not take too long. Bullshit. You and your endless debates. I'll be old and gray before you come back. And that's not even an option anymore. Seriously, you handle Torque, and I'll head over to Sunny's to look for that Scalar girl. That's not happening. Oh, come on. I've been the very model of temperance tonight. We've only been awake for mere hours. Spinning hairs. I'm heading to Sunny's to wait for you there. Scout's honor. He sighs, rubbing tiredly at his eyes. I mean, what else can we do? Are you going to treat me like a dog or something? Before you say anything, I'm highly allergic to any form of tracking tech or otherwise. I have no idea what any of that means. That's probably for the best. A shade of amusement crosses Patrick's face, but he manages to swiftly suppress it. Look, it seems we're out of options here. You have to come with me and wait for a bit. I'll figure out what Torque wants from me, and then... He trails off mid-sentence and stares blankly into the distance, hands running together to spin his ring. I wave my hand in front of his face, but he doesn't even flinch. Talk about being out there, and trust me, I'm an expert on out there. After what seems like a lifetime, he finally speaks up, and I find every single drop of predictability evaporate. Alright, let's meet at Empire of the Sun in an hour. Hold up, for real? Empire of the Sun, 1 hour. Do not let me down. Before I even have a chance to say anything, like maybe thanks or crack a joke, he turns on his heels, hops into his perfectly serviceable vehicle, and drives off into the night. I feel right at home, all alone, and without anyone breathing down my neck. Surprisingly, to myself and probably to Patrick as well. I have no intention of bailing. Not when there's a solid lead waiting for me at Sunny's. Then again, the night is young, lit up, and gorgeous, and I'm alone in the city that never sleeps. Why not enjoy the scenic route? We're not doing that. We're doing plot. No. Empire of the Sun. Main quest. Main quest only. No side things. Yay, Mato! He's a Tremere! I would never think that he was a Tremere. Mia's Bruja, though. I got that right. That was obvious. The jacket. I would never guess he was a Tremere. Callie, obviously. Not Callie, sorry. Mia, very obviously Bruja. It's the jacket. The areas outside Empire of the Sun is pretty sparse. What's with mortals and my fellow kindred, so chilling out front isn't a big deal. I blend in perfectly, all amped up for whatever's going down tonight. Still, old habits die hard, so I take a second to study the area carefully, checking it in the way my con artist sensibilities demand. First of all, it's mostly tame out here. The only dude catching my eye is this total nutjob parked by the door, screaming about doomsday while rocking that cocked up Al Pacino look. He's got that wild vibe, complete with drool and insanity in his eyes. Yikes. Even if I was there, still in the grifter game, I wouldn't bother with him. Lunatics like that are more trouble than they're worth, and usually broke to boot. Then there's the front of the dive, which looks, for lack of a better word, left. Despite the dodgy neon and the graffiti that actually is kind of witty, the place radiates an inviting warmth. A place with a soul. So, the Empire of the Sun sign, with Zoo scribbled next to it, is so on the nose, I can't help chuckling on the inside. People clearly have fun at Sunny's and treat it as their place, a place they can return to again and again and again and never feel unwelcomed. But I'm wasting precious time just standing out here. Gotta find Skylar before Patty comes back and gives me the look. I head for the entrance, doors decked out but with all sorts of funny stickers. But before I can even touch the handle, the crazy guy grabs me with unexpected speed for someone so curled up. I shake him off easily and give him my best back off glare. It does nothing. He's in his own world. Oh no, it's coming, the reckoning, it's upon us, the signs. The signs. Hey, back off, will ya? Look up, damn you, it's death dressed in rays of light, it's watching the day star, it's waiting to cleanse us in fire. As I walk past the guy, his words echo in my head and rattle between the crevices of my brain, stirring long, dormant fears. Can you see it? The day star, it's end of it all. Sorry, read that wrong. I enter Sunny's, acting cool and collected as if none of that crazy shit faces me. The interior looked exactly the way I expected. A kaleidoscope of stickers, murals, lights, and banners covering pretty much every available surface, interspersed with well-worn seating, musical instruments, and plenty of space for dancing. To say that I've seen it hundreds of times before in dozens of cities doesn't quite capture the whole picture. But I gotta say, it feels like home. Spotting Skylar is easy with her head full of bleached dreadlocks. Besides, oh, I know what Skylar looks like. I saw art of them. Maybe all the kindred have gone to ring in the holiday season. Who knows? She's hunched over a table, completely focused on scribbling something in a notebook. She doesn't notice me as I approach, so I get a sneak past at one of the pages and discover some gorgeous, intricate designs. I assume geometric tattoo? Whoa, those are dope. Hooting people up? I plop down right next to her, shaking her out of her reverie. She gives me a confused stare. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of my old gig. Tough finding clients at night, huh? You're 2/3 froggy and 2/3 sexy, I'm sorry. 60% froggy, 60% sexy, 84% stinky. And it's a coincidence. You could say that. Her eyes narrow on me, to which I respond with my brightest grin. Can I help you with something? Malta said you might be able to help. Name's Callie. I'm looking for Renard Castle. Never heard of him, so that's all. And where do you think you're going? I grab her by the collar as gently as I can and ease her back down. Frees just a little, but let's be honest, a thin blood has nothing on a well-fed kindred. I keep her down easily, but my grin widens in a manner that is hopefully just a little bit threatening. I usually favor dodging conflict over sparking it, but this time my impulse steers me towards chaos, and I let the flood take me like a ship on the windswept sea. Let go of me! Answer my question then. Reynard Castle, where is he? Look, I really don't know any Reynard Castle or whatever, okay? Really? Playing dumb? Do I look like I'm here for games? Cut the shit and talk. I have nothing to say to you, bitch. Let me go or I'll start screaming. Stop. Hunger increases! No! It's okay. Not after I ripped out your fucking windpipe, you won't. Now simmer down and let's talk. I don't know what that's for. Her eyes start to wander, dimmed by the sheer power of my bearings. For a moment, she sits motionless. Her upper body twisted in a decidedly awkward way, before tensing up as if she's going to bolt. But I'm ready for it. I grab her by the neck, slam her onto the table, and turn her face towards me, calmly repeating my question. Now, where is Raynor Castle? She keeps struggling for a moment, but in the end just goes limp, defeated and seething with frustration. I honestly don't know. I've only heard bits and pieces about him, and the alchemist worth their salt knows of all the major suppliers in the city. So you sling ink and mix potions? That's quite the combo. I mean, they're thin blood, my girl. It's obvious. Screw you. Not sure where my genuine compliment went wrong, but okay. So what's the scoop on Castle, preferably his current whereabouts? I keep telling you, I've got no clue. I've never even laid eyes on him. Give me something worthwhile. You're sort of wasting my time here, girly. Love me a good chat, but I'm on the clock at the moment. Alright, chill out, will ya? I know someone. There's this courier. She delivers all sorts of shit all over the country. She can get you pretty much anything. She's tight with Castle. Alright? Interesting. Go on. Go on what? I smothered the urge to roll my eyes. Go on, hook me up with her, like yesterday. No threats, all she hesitates to help me. Oh, all this threats and she still hesitates to help me. Well, the time for the sick has come and gone. Now it's time for the carrot. I really wasn't lying when I told Mato I'd rather not make any more enemies in the city. Look, you're not exactly catching on here. I could just take your phone and set up the meeting myself. But I'm feeling generous, so I'm asking you. Politely, I might add. You call that polite? I could get back to impolite, if that's what you prefer, but I'd think you'd rather I didn't. I'll even sweeten the pot, alright? You set me a meeting with a courier of yours, and I'll clue you on where I stashed my goods. Her ears perk up a little, but she still eyes me with great suspicion. What goods are we talking about? I flash her a reassuring grin, and though she recoils a little, her attempts at nonchalance fails miserably. Blood stashes, obviously, top quality, best variety, all your little alchemist heart might possibly desire. Deal. I reach out my hand, pausing to give her the space to decide before I'm forced to make the decision for her. Luckily, after a brief deliberation, she reaches out and shakes my hand. Deal. Hold on. I'm gonna make a quick call. I nod and relax, keeping her in sight as she wanders over to the stage area and takes out her phone. I feel a twinge of guilt over how I treated her. Maybe I should have just started off with the whole blood stash thing. Yeah, well, I'm not exactly a planner, am I? If the courier leads me to Renard tonight, this whole search could end in a matter of hours. Just the thought of freeing myself from the looming threat of the Camarilla, that annoying caitiff, and this oh-so-futile endeavor. It warms the chambers of my undead heart. Finally, Skylar hangs up and gets back to the table, fidgeting with the charm hanging from her phone. A real bundle of nerves. Done. Meeting's in 15. Let's move. A gentle snowfall greets me outside, gracefully covering the dirty sidewalks in a layer of pristine white, undusting the occasional pedestrian with soft, fleeting crowns. Skylar winces at the screams of the madman and brushes off the fallen snow. I, on the other hand, let it settle on my hair undisturbed. Snow never bothered me anyway. So, who are we meeting exactly, and where? The moment she opens her mouth, the perfectly serviceable vehicle cuts the corner with Patrick, hunched over the steering wheel, a rolling storm cloud on his face. He pulls up carelessly and lunges towards Sunny's before noticing Skylar and me. He pauses, face scrunching in confusion. He seems genuinely surprised to see me, and I'm suspended somewhere between feeling smug for defying his expectations, exasperated that he has so little faith in my word, and slightly regretful. I never even attempted to flee, if only to gauge his reaction. Sadly, he regains his composure before I can tease him about it. You're here. That's good. Good, huh? Do you contain your excitement? Do contain your excitement, my good sir. It's unseemingly in polite company. What would you have me say? Outstanding? It's a decent start, but I'd settle for divine. He rolls his eyes and settles his gaze on Skylar. They size each other up suspiciously like a pair of alley cats on a hot tin roof. Patty meets Skylar. Local anarch with a knack for alchemy. Skylar meet Patty. It's Patrick, actually. Pleasure to meet you, Skylar. Yeah, alright, you super formal goof. Skylar nods at him, curtly. I can see the apprehension in her eyes, so I step in, hoping to keep our fragile truce. Don't stress too much, Patrick. Might be a bit uptight, but he's alright. He's just here to offer us a lift, that's all. I am? Yep. I see. Skylar's eyes jumps between Patrick and me, but in the end, she seems to give up on caution. Maybe the prospect of a red blood sash is keeping her on track. We need to get moving. The meeting place isn't far, but, well, night couriers aren't known for their patience. That's hustle. A night courier? Interesting. Who is the particular courier, exactly? She shrugs, making her way towards the gate of stride. Dunno, I only know her by the handle, and she always wears a helmet, so. Well, as long as she knows where Renard is, could be a gargoyle for all I care. Not that gargoyles are known for their patience. On the contrary, spending centuries in one spot would teach a gargoyle of patience, provided they were real. I laugh at his smug expression, while Skylar just shakes her head and climbs into the car without a word. Still chuckling, I turn to Patrick. Anyway, you done with the torque thing? Yes. His speedy response is slightly suspicious. I narrow my eyes and judge him openly, but he is completely unfazed. More importantly, what's that all about a night courier? I smile at him mischievously, playing the passenger door open, and there it is, Patrick's audible sigh. He's really fond of his moral reactions to my antics. Voices of the angels, they seep poison into your ears. Heed not their honeyed words. This sudden commotion alerts me, and I'm instantly ready to pounce. Looney from before is kneeling before Patrick, clutching at the hem of his pants with his hands thrown back and mist over his eyes, staring blankly into the night sky. He stops screaming, but his lids quiver with faint whispers that fade into the air like smoke. Dream not in your slumber, for the day star will sear its truth into your whole being. I sigh and roll my eyes, ready to toss a quip about, attracting. What does that mean? I sigh and roll my eyes, ready to toss a quip about, attracting, I don't understand. But then I notice that Patrick has not moved an inch. He's staring motionlessly into the man's eyes, completely frozen aside from his hands, fingers twitching wildly, spinning the dice ring. He's been fidgeting like that a lot, actually, now that I'm paying attention to it. Patrick, you okay there, buddy? No answer. The catatonic madman falls over into the snow as I approach him and gently free Patrick from his grasp. Patrick, talk to me. What's going on? Suddenly his hand stops, then all of him unfreezes. He avoids my eyes and trips his hands into his pockets. I am fine. You sure? What's that all about? I do not know. Let's not fret about it for now. The night courier is waiting. This one? Yeah. Usually I'd fill the car with some sort of idle talk, whether I'm with friends or just by myself, but this time I just let the silence hang. Neither Patrick nor Skylar seem keen on chatting, not even with classic Queen tracks playing. So the kid perfectly serviceable car is almost uncomfortably quiet as we cruise through the night streets of New York City. I got this strange sensation in my stomach, like I've eaten a chunk of ice. If Kindred could get indigestion, I'd blame it on my last mortal meal. But since that's not a thing, I guess this feeling must be anxiety. It's really not my usual vibe. Something about the whole situation makes the hairs on my neck stand right up. It feels like there's something terrifying waiting for me at our destination. Just a few blocks away, but really enough, my gut is telling me not to run from it. And my gut is usually spot on. As we pull up to the meeting spot, the night courier stands out immediately, mostly because she is the only one around. Clad in dark leathers and sporting a helmet, she almost disappears into the night alongside her bike. We barely come to a halt before Skylar jumps out of the car and approaches the courier in a few strides. She seems eager to talk and even more eager to bolt, so I keep my eye on her, ready to give chase. She looks like she might make a run for it. It's not even a question. I shoot a quick glance his way and catch him looking at Skylar just as intently as I am. Well, I most certainly would in her place. The real question is whether she's willing to sacrifice access to my stash for that chance. And she seems pretty keen to get her hands on it. I see. Well, let's hope her interest hasn't waned, then. The moment Skylar pivots and heads our way, we cut the chatter and step out of the car. 5 minutes. That's all I can get for you. Spend it well. Her hands reach out to me in a gesture that feels overly formal. I shake it vigorously, keeping my face utterly solemn. She jerks it away, clearly taken aback by my intensity. The key, to your sash. I had up my head in the bargain. Yeah, got it right here. I toss her the key, watch her eagerly snag out of the air. Pleasure. With that, she's off into the night. As she disappears, we casually approach the night courier. One look at Patrick reveals a simmering impatience. I know he wants to take the lead, and honestly, I'm not exactly thrilled to step aside. It seems like a pragmatic choice. Let's face it. The negotiation with Skylar went less than stellar, even by my standards. But Patrick hardly gets a word out before the courier cuts him off with a sharp, sour response. Yeah, Jimmy? Give me 1 second, I'm checking, my medicine is ready at CVS. Thanks, Shoopy. Sorry. Okay. Ooh! Shut the hell up, pretty boy. Wait, I know the sound of that walking against Vortex. Callie? The fuck did you get yourself into this time? She takes off her helmet and I'm floored, staring at a face I never thought I'd see again, outside this of some vampire afterlife fantasy? Jess? Holy shit, is that actually you? Is that why I dragged my ass over here to stare in this shitty high school reunion? As quickly as ever, I'm dying to give her a hug, but her thundercloud of a face screams back the fuck off. I settle for an awkward pat on the shoulder. Care to introduce me? Jess's eyes nearly pop out of her head. Oh, piss off. Is this really why I'm out here? What? No, hell no. It's, let's just take this one step at a time. Christ. You going to sleep? Have good sleep. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming. I wanted to start this. This is going to kill my voice. Which is why I try not to do a lot of, like, visual novel stuff back to back. But, thank you. Good night. Have good sleep. I just hydrated as you redeemed it. Hydrate lots. I'm trying. Patrick, meet Jessica Wainwright. I know you like it formal. She was part of our crew before she up and vanished like a ghost a year back or so. Speaking of which, we thought you were gone. For good, I mean. She seems stern by that, but swallows whatever rush of words is clawing at her throat. Oh, really? Well, that clears up the mystery of the silent phones. So we're playing it like that? I fucking warned you, dick. Not like I can text beyond the grave. FYI, I left you guys a fucking note. I get lots better voice. Yeah. This whole situation is surreal. Like, I love talking, just talking normally. Fine, it doesn't bother my voice as much. But reading out loud does, and I don't know why. There's like a distinction for me when I do it. Vocal flap. What are you on about? Renard said, of course. Renard fucking Castle turns shit into gospel. Her deceptively soft features harden. What the hell are you poking around for him anyway? Why? Because it's a fucking Tuesday, that's why. And by that I mean, he's off the grid and now I'm neck deep in shit because the Camarilla wants him found. Right, and here's the charmer. I'm essentially the raft keeping her afloat in the cesspool she's plunged into. Not gonna lie, I jumped up a little. I sort of forgot he was even there. I still tossed him a wounded look and had a little while. Jess lets out a hearty laugh. So, I'm serving this wave of horseshit with you. Oh, you filthy, filthy lifeline. The sheriff had him shout on me. I swear, he's useful sometimes. Maybe it's the pretty yet infinitely punchable face that does him. Good night! Right, and you just went along with all this creeping around because why exactly? Look, it's either play nice or get close and personal with the sheriff's sharp ass blade. So yeah, I choose the lesser of two shit shows. She's clearly not amused. Stepping outside of the gang has really changed her vibe. Hell, we used to get along swimmingly back when we were cramped in that RV together. Maybe a bit of real talk is what I need to melt that ice. I dropped my voice as if I'm letting her in on a deep, dark secret. Truth be told, there's gotta be something bigger at play with this whole mess. You hear me? I just can't figure out what the hell they want with Renard. Why now, of all times? She shrugs and crosses her arms over her chest, looking like she couldn't care less. Water's wet, the sky's blue, and piss stinks. By which I mean, underneath all that charm, Cass has been a two-faced lying sack of shit from day one. No wonder the whole Ivory Tower's on his tail. Hold up, there's clearly bad blood between her and Renard, and it's skewing her view a bit. Maybe. Charming, sure. I'd buy snake oil off the bastard too, but he's always been straight with me. What's even worse, she has this horrid look in her eyes I can only interpret as pity. How there's to be pity. I'm doing just fine, thank you very much. Heard through the grapevine you might know where Castle's hiding? And Jess laughs at that. Am I losing my edge here? Oh, honey, Castle's in even deeper shit than Callie is. See, I've been involved with the circulatory system on and off, passing messages and whatnot. She leans back even further on her bike, all cool and collected like nothing gets to her. I almost follow, enraptured, but catch myself at the last moment and straighten up, signaling for her to continue. Word is, Castle shot right up to the top of their shit list just a couple nights back, based on some fresh intel they got from who knows where. Suddenly she leans forward on her elbow, looking at me seriously. This is major league shit, Callie. Could be Uncle Sam level big. And it might not just be Cal's in the crosshairs, but anyone tangled up with him, get the hell away. Yeah. Except running away somehow vanished from my playbook. I'll literally lose my head over it. She shrugs and starts putting her helmet on. It's your problem, not mine. I built that clusterfuck of a star for a reason, and unlife's been beautiful ever since. Good fucking luck, though. Pause for a dramatic effect. And don't bother calling again. Then she's gone, just an engine roar fading into the night. Right back at you, bitch. Not looking at Patrick, I let out an awkward laugh and kicked some loose stones. She's quite something. How are you holding up? She used to be real sweet in our sour kind of way, you know? Guess the big city does really does chew you up and spit you out. So, the circulatory system, what's your take? Patrick mercifully bites his glib tongue and pretends not to see that I'm sort of in shambles. It appears that there are more eager to nab Renard Castle than we anticipated, and they managed to acquire some incriminating intel. To be honest, things don't look too good for him. Great, and we are so no closer to finding him than we were last night, or whatever. There's also the matter of whether the circulatory system intends to hunt you as well, by virtue of being Renard's accomplice. Oh please, I'm hardly even a sidekick. He levels a blank stare at me, and I bark out a laugh, my spirits momentarily lifted. I rub my hands together briskly, starting feeling a little mischief. I can't read. Well, seeing as your Anarch lead didn't really pan out, guess we're hitting Eli next. He hesitates, idly twirling his ring, more articulate than an actual need this time. It is indeed our backup lead, but only lead. Fine. At the moment, it is our only lead, but I have my reservations about them. Let's unpack this back at my haven. Besides, dawn is nearly upon us. He starts walking towards the car, then pauses when he sees I haven't moved. I tug at the fraying edge of my sleeve, smiling at him, almost apologetically. Yeah, funny story, but I can't. Literally. He sizes me up relentlessly. Callie, this isn't the moment for her antics. We need to move, and quickly. The thing is, your haven isn't safe for me anymore. What are you? It's just a thing with my clan. If I crash in the same spot more than once a week, you might as well sweep me up at sundown, like with a broom. He looks at me piercingly, searching for the seat, which, for one, isn't there. His fingers dance on his head, swinging the ring furiously. Finally, they come to a stop. Yeah, I get it. I'm not messing around, Oh, you do? A hint of mirth sparkles in his gaze, though his expression remains stoic. Let's rendezvous at my place tomorrow night. I've got a private eye in mind who might have an idea where to find Eli. A PI? You're not talking about D'Angelo, are you? He arches an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise on his face. Already acquainted, I see. More like disappointed. The leper's a good guy, but a dead end. Grilled him about Reynard and got zilch. He even implied it was somehow my fault Renard vanished off the face of the earth. Well, Castle is practically a ghost. Eli, on the other hand, is not exactly hiding. D'Angelo should know a thing or two about him. Fair, but he's a slippery little eel. We might need leverage to get him talking. A shade of a smile across his face. Leave that to me. I'll talk. He turned around and climbs behind the perfectly serviceable wheel. Tomorrow at dusk, my haven. Don't let me down. I give him a playful salute, waving as he pulls away. Oh, look at that. Night's bleeding in a day already. I really need to get a move on. There's a damn little cellar that I've been eyeing for a crash pad. It's not exactly the Ritz, but I've done my homework. It's secure enough for a quick sleepover. Time's ticking, but with any luck, all snacks and prey en route. It's not good to sleep on an empty stomach, after all. Alright. Anything else in here? Pro cacao! What's up? Alright. I just go to the bathroom. That's it. Cal, what's up? How you be? I want to, I could play this entire game, and I'm debating if I want to do that. If I want to detour. The moment I step into that club, I know it's an excellent place to hunt. Crowded with mortals, blackout drinks, and high off their mind. High out of their mind. Swaying, jumping, and writhing on the dance floor like there's no tomorrow. Only tonight, only now, only ecstasy. I'm gonna quench that awful clawing thirst in no time. Let's see, what do we have here? Restroom and clubs are easy pickings because mortals flock to them. Every reveler makes their way there at least once per night. Most of them many more times, and some just never leave. So I'm not surprised to find a whole meal laid out for me when my boots stomp on the tile, echoing the dampened rhythm of the dance floor. There's a gorgeous woman leaning against the counter, hair sticking up in every direction and makeup smudged all over her face. She looks at me when I enter and waves hello with the smoke she's holding, slurring some incoherent words to join her. I don't feel like wasting energy on her. I'm already so low, so hungry, so I only wave back. Another girl squatting in the corner, bawling her eyes and mumbling something to her phone. A goggle woman surround her, patting her encouragingly on the shoulder and screaming compliments at her. The whole scene is surreal, but oh so familiar. I stayed at every club, drunk girls suddenly feeling overprotective of perfect strangers in some way that transcends reality. Speaking of familiar scenes, there's another one, waiting for me in the furthest stall. A woman, kneeling over the toilet, passed out in a puddle of her own sick. Bingo, a very gross one, but bingo nonetheless. Hey, beggars can't be choosers, right? Non-temper... preciousness? Yeah. Hunger threatens to overwhelm my senses. I carefully close the stall behind me and pick the girl up by her tank top. Just enough so I can carefully bite the vomit-free part of her neck. Yeah, sure. She tastes like vodka and regret, a classic cocktail, and not the worst one I've ever tasted by far. She doesn't even twitch when I drain from her, and I don't drain her completely, of course. Even though the amount I sell is not nearly enough to satisfy me, I let go a few sips and fall asleep. Flipper. I feel kind of guilty leaving her here to wake up hungover for more than just the alcohol. It's not like she's gonna remember anything or whatever, but I haul her out of the stall and lay her down at the smoking girl's feet, who immediately starts cooing at her gently, oblivious to my actions, but maybe she hasn't even noticed I was in the stall for a while. I'm done here. I casually wash my hands and disappear into the night like a ghost. For a moment, I am almost sated. I'm sort of confused how, these two work. I don't know what these symbols are meant to be. I don't remember. D'Angelo even... If D'Angelo's haven qualifies as a hovel, then this temporary shelter of mine is full-on catastrophe. So utterly dismal, and could force Tommy Wiseau... Wiseau? That's him, right? To shed a genuine tear. Maud is practically redecorating the ceiling, and let's not start on the bed. This especially damp mattress that leaks some extra sus fluid onto the floor with each squeeze. Home sweet fucking home. But hey, at least it's pretty secure. There's zero chance of sunlight sinking in here. Maybe because the resident microbes have evolved enough to shut out anything that threatens their germy utopia. I sprawl out on the lumpy mattress and sulk over, my dead Walkman, cursing myself for not getting spare batteries. When Reynard pulled that thing out, I legit thought he was going to wiretap me, but turns out he was just giving me a piece of his past. A little gift from the better times, or whatever. Honesty is, if I needed another thing to play my tunes, our gang is not as uptight about going online as the tower, so we stream just like everyone else. But I kind of got hooked, especially with the mountain of cold cassettes crammed into our glove box. Digging through my belt bag in search of entertainment yields only the wooden stake that almost pierced my heart the night before. Shit, almost feels like another lifetime. But the stake sends my thoughts drifting to Patrick. I'm pretty conflicted, to be honest. Can I trust him? He seems to be on my side. Caring even, but there's something off about him. Something unsettling. I can't put my finger on it. It doesn't help that he changes the length of my leash for no rhyme or reason. His mood swings faster than the San Francisco weather. It's so annoying that he's now indispensable to my survival. He has Malk vibes. I worry that he's not really a caitiff. Or, he was embraced by like a Malkavian or something, and then just, I don't know. Except for tonight, he was anything but. Still, he introduced me to Mato. My gut screaming that this is going to be game-changing for navigating the city, maybe even beyond. Skylar, not so much. And Jess. Yeah, hold off on poking at that sore spot for a bit longer. At least until after I shake off the dark sleep that's clawing at me, eager, suffocating, steadily pulling me into the abyss. Meanwhile, I would say I've been Ritra? Is that the name? I would say that I've been more than considerate. She responds with silence and that unnervingly calm, icy stare that could easily drive one to the brink of madness. It's a weapon she's honed to perfection. I thought I'd be used to it by now, but it slices through me as viciously as the first time. How long has it been? 5, 6 months? Half a year trapped in this endless spin of justifications, half-truths, and unfulfilled promises, constantly veered off course. Despite her alleged interest in my unique condition, despite our shared thirst for answers, despite the growing urgency, the resolution to my dilemma always hovers just beyond my grasp. So, she's the first kindred to make me believe she could truly gain me reprieve. I've been holding up my end of the bargain. Not once have I raised objections. Not once have I strayed from our agreement. But I'm not one of your puppets. Ritra. Vritra. That's a hard name for me to pronounce. The VR. I thought I made my stance unequivocally clear. Oh my god! Hi, Frog! Oh my god, are you? Oh my god, good! Very good! Are you Zemitzi? Or Nosferatu? Who are you? I don't recognize you. Well, what's up? How are you? We're reading a visual novel. This cannot go on. You need to deliver on your promise, or I'm walking away. She cracks a smile, as stunning as it is rare, like a dragon flashing its fangs. It suits her, gives her true nature. Sparrow. What do you got? Hikata! Ooh, really, everything about wits and intelligence, which you kind of need for Hikata. You need those two. Sorry. Hey, all. She cracks a smile, stunning as it is rare, like a dragon flashing its fangs. It suits her, given her true nature. All in due time, dear. All in due time. 4%? You only have 4%? Who is Vrita? Vridia? Can't pronounce that name.
Hey, drink something.
Who are you? You're not on my character list yet. There's something else to do, right? Yeah. Hydrate? Stretch? Okay. Yay, 5 nights. I'm going to get more water. Alright, stretch. I'm getting there. But what's up? If you want story time with space, you can listen to me read this. Because that's all we're doing. It's painfully obvious. Patrick never believed I'd actually turn up for the meeting. I catch him off guard in front of his haven. He leans against the door, absent-mindedly and yet anxiously spinning his ring, while scanning his surroundings. In the seconds when he looks away, I creep up quietly and casually, relishing the oncoming surprise. You know, you're way too obvious with that ring. Someone's gonna nick it sooner or later. His head whips around, and for a split second, surprise and relief flash across his face before he masks it with an ironic smile. That's something. It's not that's someone being you. I take it. I throw my hands up defensively. Hey, if I wanted your bling, your finger would have been bare 2 nights ago. He rolls his eyes, slipping back into his usual indifference as he gets into the car. I hop in right after him. Let's pay D'Angelo a visit, shall we? I wrote that line wrong. Yeah, no time to dilly-dally, right? Correct. I'm pretty sure he's ignoring my sharp-ass remarks on purpose, but the way he slams on the gas pedal, that gives me a tiny glimmer of hope that he's not a lost cause. Either way, they're perfectly serviceable vehicle, just fine. Cruising through the night streets, and this time it's not even that awkward. D'Angelo, you here? The short hole he calls an office looks just the way I left it 2 nights ago, except for some new pins on the corkboard, where he charts is crazy, and a trap door flung wide open, probably leading down to wherever he heads out during the day. Maybe we should give it a minute. He won't keep us waiting too long. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Come out, you useless gumshoe. Where are you at? Patrick is too damn polite to facepalm, but I can see he's itching too. D'Angelo squints at me as he emerges from beneath the floor. Cal... What? I don't understand. Is it Kali and Callie? Is it Kali? Is it not Callie? Is it Kali? This would indicate that it's not pronounced Callie. Is it Kali then? Or is it Kali? I don't know the pronunciation of her name. Now I'm questioning everything. I eye him suspiciously at that all too casual slip of the tongue. Am I ever not? Please don't make me answer that. As Angelo turns to Patrick, I catch a hint of a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Gianni? Patrick, looks like you're still losing your head. Just not literally, huh? Indeed, the sheriff is yet to relieve me of my cranial burden. Callie? Yeah, but it said like Cali C-A-L-I and Cali K-A-L-I, K-A-L-I. They're different names. They're pronounced different. I've had no headphones for like a week, but I finally got some around. I hope you're doing well. Oh, no, you're good. I hope you have a good sleep. I appreciate you coming by. Hoping you got some new like Bruce Lee. Yeah, but they're saying that Callie with the C and with the K are two different names and two different pronunciations. So in that text, right here, he's saying the names in different ways so that you can differentiate the two. So these two names are different, but I don't know how they're different because I don't actually know what the correct pronunciation is. Love his shirt. It's so good. I love Patrick. He's so good. His name is the Irish spelling of Patrick. As far as I know, from what I looked up. I didn't know how I was supposed to pronounce it, and it said it's an Irish name, and I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, the spelling does trip up. Yeah, that's why I'm not sure. Also, the belt, the shirt, the belt all reads Malkavian. He's apparently not Malkavian. He's apparently Caitiff, which isn't I don't believe. Where is he? There he is. It says he's a Caitiff. But wearing a shirt with two completely different images on it, which has Malkavian vibes, wearing a belt with like the face masks on them, these masks, Malkavian vibes. I think he's a Malkavian. Or he was embraced by a Malkavian, and instead of like he has like the Malkavian flaws and compulsions and banes, but he's not technically a Malkavian. I think that's what's going on with this character, because that would make sense. Anyway, let's keep reading. Indeed, the sheriff has yet to relieve me of my criminal burden, but worry not, there is still time until the new year. He might yet win that little bit of ours. I probably shouldn't pry, given the fact that my old Nick is on the line here, but, I mean, there's a treasure trove of a relationship to dig into here. Anyway, we came here too. These makeshift corkboards are totally flashed with photos, clippings, text, and maps, all tied together with thin red lines, and unless my memory is as shitty as a squirrel's on speed, this crap wasn't here 2 nights ago. You know, I'd ask how you two freaks met, but all this red string spider webbing over your crazy map is just screaming for attention. Don't worry about it. Is that the thing you wanted to wrap up before getting the hell out of Dodge? What's it about? Power, corruption, all the usual suspects in the darkness suffocating this wretched city. I tune him out instantly as he cares for another long noir-esque spiel. It's a story as old as the streets, my friend, and it all started when... Please stop messing with my stuff. I reluctantly drop one of my many scattered pens and put my hands innocently in the air. I'd love to catch up with you, Gianni, but we did have an agenda walking in here. A glimmer of light flickers in D'Angelo's shades as he turns towards me. I hate to break it to you, but if you're here for intel on Cassell, you're out of luck. No new leads since last we talked. It concerns Cassell, broadly speaking, although he's not exactly the crux of our conversation right now. Sweet lord. Eli Sensoric. Where do we find him, Gianni? D'Angelo narrows his eyes, squinting at me suspiciously and fiddles with his e-cig. A serpent? What's your angle? What are you after? Look, if I wanted to confess, I'd hit up a fucking church. But hey, this is supposed to be a detective's office, right? So why don't you do what you do best and just give me Sansoric's contact info already? That's a really hard name for him to pronounce. Easy, Tiger. I'm just asking. Sansoric's bad news walking, or crawling, depending on, well. Kindly cut to the chase, Gianni. What are you trying to say? D'Angelo takes a long drag of his e-cig as he's really trying to savor the flavor. I wonder if he actually makes an effort to kickstart his taste buds, or if it's just part of his usual act. Sansaric and his serpents are gone from Harlem, and nobody really knows why. I got theories, but they're just... that's so. Great, so we burned through our time with pointless chit-chat here, haven't we? Again. D'Angelo shrugs. I'm just about to walk out, but then Patrick speaks up. We don't need to know why he left Harlem. Just tell us where to start looking. Fine, St. Philip's, in the vicinity of Morningside Park, are your best bets. They're not far from each other. You might just dig up something there. Thank you, D'Angelo. Those are solid leads. The faint whiff of sincerity in your bullshit makes it almost charming. I know they're not quite the Glengarry leads you're after, but hey, on these nights, beggars can't be choosers. So, is this not gonna cost me the usual 2 blood bags? You keep your sash, kiddo. Just clue me in on where Sansoric's hiding when you sniff him out and we're square. His ugly mug suddenly goes serious. He straightens up and steps closer, eyeing both Patrick and me intensely. Last time I warned you that shit's gonna hit the fan soon, but that's old news already. It's way worse now. You can feel it, can't you? I nod, almost instinctively, catching Patrick doing the same. I'm bailing earlier than planned, and I strongly advise you to consider doing the same. I won't sugarcoat it. I could use a lift, and you could use some level-headed advice on the road. He looks genuinely terrified. Patrick and I slowly exchange looks before shaking her head. I can't. Not just yet. Things are heated. I understand. But at the moment, Kali and I think it's supposed to be Kali. I'm not sure. Kali makes sense, though. I should watch a video for the trailer for this game. I might say how they pronounce the name. I'm not sure, though. Cannot leave, and I have been saddled with helping her in a way I can only describe as non-negotiable. The angel sighs, slumming visibly, and waves his hand dismissively. In that case, just keep your eyes peeled for trouble, alright? Yeah, you too, pal. Till next time, D'Angelo. Hopefully under a brighter moon. I'm telling you, he's a milk! Sorry. We've almost out the door when I hear this response, barely louder than a breath. Bright nights are gone, only nightmares remain. I should write that down. Patrick and I come to a stop in front of the perfectly serviceable vehicle. We should... No. Now I already know the crop you're gonna shout. No splitting up. I can't fully trust you. But listen, it's late as hell already, so we gotta hustle. We both go chasing Sansaric in the same spot, all we're gonna catch is sunrise. We gotta divide and conquer. I concur. See, I knew you'd... Hold up. What do you mean you concur? A little smirk plays at the corner of his mouth before he reins it in. I agree that we have too much ground to cover, and since you keep your word and didn't flee last time, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt once more. I just stare at him, confused as hell, before erupting into laughter. I don't recognize you, man. Where's Stick Up the Ass Patty? Who's this loose cannon they replaced him with? Patrick twitches briefly, his smile disappearing without a trace and fingers crawling towards the ring. Don't set my notice. He bounces back swiftly, though, and tucks his hand in his pockets. Let's part way for now. Do you have a preferred destination? Okay. Church or Morningside Park. If people have recommendations or what they want me to do, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Alright. I'll be back in a minute. you poke catching me? I wanted to get some more water and go to the bathroom, and now I'm back. Okay. Let's learn a little bit more information. I think I didn't want to stream super long because I don't want to like completely ruin my voice because of how like messed up it's kind of been lately. Let's go to the church. Patrick drops me off right at the church's entrance and then hurries off to comb through Morningside Park for any traces of Sansaric. Finding the church wasn't easy. Hell, nothing really is outside the usual New York spot list. But once you hit the right street, you just can't miss it. It looms large, the huge rose window glaring down at a patch of the land which, in the warmer months, is probably a vibrant green. Right now, though, it's just a dead white blanket of snow. I stare at the church, rubbing my hands together and thinking hard. I guess there's nothing to it. I just have to check this place out, brick by brick, cranny by cranny. The church is bolted up tight for the night, but one has that shit ever softening it, right? A couple of twists and some elbow grease, and that crusty old padlock snaps open. I used to have this thought, not too long after the embrace. Every time I went by a church or a chapel, what if I set foot inside and get fried to a crisp by divine wrath? I mean, Reinhard did clue me in a bit on how shit works in this twisted new world. He wasn't exactly jumping to teach me anything beyond the tricks of the game, but he was crystal clear that unless I got astronomically unlucky, garlic was nothing to worry about. So, it took some serious guts to step into a church for the first time. When I finally did, I didn't burst into flames. But I did stumble upon a missionary who'd made it out of North Korea, and I actually learned a couple things. First off, seeing a holy cross, like a consecrated one, gives me the heebie-jeebies. A bizarre quirk that's totally unique to me, I guess, since Bernard burst out laughing when I mentioned it. Oh! Oh, that's good! She has, what are they called? When you make Vampire the Masquerade characters in 5th edition, you can take mythic, like, you can take flaws. I think they're called, like, mythic flaws. There's 2 types of them. One do aggravated damage, and the other one just do, you have to spend willpower to do it. I have a character in my Vampire the Masquerade game whose, her fear, is white animals. And I think that's so valid because, she was attacked and killed by a white wolf when she was a human before she became a vampire. So hers is white animals, specifically white ones. Yeah. And so this one's is it's something related. I don't know if it's specifically like seeing a cross that they can't walk towards it, or if it's they touch it or like hit by silver they'll burn. I'm not sure. I just know that this is like a specific thing in V5, which is very fun. Second, people with that rare, deep, unshakable faith seriously freak me out. True faith. They make me feel like a terrified critter in a wildfire, doom hot on my heels. Before I got embraced, I never really picked a lane about this kind of stuff. Guess being undead decided it for me. So if I'm going to meet my final death, it's gonna be in a blaze of glory, doing something awesome, reckless, and highly entertaining, not because I got singed by a holy water. There's not a soul in sight, just a shit ton of rats. I mean, sure, they're sort of the official mascots of the city, but this place is crawling with them. And they're huge, fat as fuck, as if they ate like kings. I raise this up carefully, because I've already dodged a few outraged squeaks and attempts to bite my ankles. At least no crucified Jesus is hanging around anywhere. Guess even he has to crash at his buddy's place when his pad is getting a makeover. It takes me a while to thoroughly search the premises and confirm that Sansaric is indeed elsewhere. Honestly, it's hard to tell if he was ever here at all. After a few minutes of aimless wandering, I stumble upon a notice board cluttered with scraps of paper. Parish notices, holy fixtures, and what looks like handwritten prayers. As a connoisseur of the weird and wonderful, only one prayer catches my eyes. Its paper oddly untouched by time's passing. It's so glaringly out of place that I can't help but gently pulling it off the board for a closer look. North of the heavens, his grand celestial shrine, brother in the Lord, united by blood divine, island blessed by his touch, where saints and angels shine. Well, I guess that's what local publishing does to poetry. Suddenly I'm hit with a weird urge to share this find with Patrick. I wonder if he'd be puzzled by the text, or just crack a smile and start rattling on about its true meaning. Guided by the impulse, I tucked the prayer into my belt bag. Then, as unlife goes, I probably forget about it. especially when a whole swarm of rats burst out of a crack in the wall, their incessant chittering filling the air. But what piques my interest is a trapdoor right next to the crack, its outline barely visible against the dusty flooring. Where could it lead? This background is so cool. Like the smoke and the candles. Very good. And this window is also really pretty. I know there's some people that weren't happy that they changed the artist from this game. Like the first two artists, the artist from the first two games, there we go, was the same, and they changed it for this game, and I know people weren't really happy about it, but I don't mind it. I don't like Kadir's art, though. Overwhelmed by a fierce curiosity, I scramble on my hands and knees like an animal, groping around the trapdoor for any handle, lock, or leverage point I can find. Sure enough, there's a small handle, but no lock, just a narrow slit where the trapdoor doesn't quite fit right. I shove my fingers into the slit and find out it's been bolted shut from the inside. The question of how someone locked it barely registers as a bitter taste of disappointment and frustration floods my mouth. Only now I notice voices drifting in from outside. They're distant, so it's tough to tell if they're a threat or just some dudes on a late-night booze cruise. But this delayed gratification, it really fucking pisses me off. I don't have arrow whispers. I rein in my twisted curiosity. If those voices outside are the same assholes I bumped into before, keeping my head where it belongs is way more important than whatever's under that trapdoor. Wrong. I stand up, giving the unopened treasure trove one last sorry look, and make my way to the exit. The figure under the rose window seems to taunt me as I bail. I hate playing it safe like this. Fingers crossed, Patrick found out more than I did. I leisurely approached the meeting spot just in time for Patrick to pull over, so I gracefully get into the car, closing the door behind me. Fingers crossed he snagged a better lead than I did. So any updates on your end? Since Rick wasn't chilling in the park, was he? No luck there. Unfortunately, it was a dead end. I noticed a slight twitch in his right eyebrow. Is he pissed about wasting time on nothing? Or is it about something else? How about you? Did you find anything at the church? No, not really. Unless Sansaric turned into a rat, then yeah, there are tons of little Sansarics running around. Could you be more specific? There were some huge fucking rats. Look, there were some sketchy types hovering around the church. Didn't stick around long enough to see if they were on the hunt. I see. That's a level of reasoning I wouldn't have expected from you, to be blunt. Still, it's a welcome surprise, despite how poorly your investigation turned out. Was there anything of note, other than rats? Oh, no, now that you bring it up. I pull out the handwritten prayer I found on the notice board. Check out this prayer here. I figure he'll skim it while multitasking, but nope. Patrick immediately pulls over before he even touched the note. Safety first. Huh, what a guy. What do you make of it? Not sure. It just caught my eye. A plain piece of paper among raggedy scraps. Patrick reads through it carefully a few times, and I could swear I see a light bulb go off above his head. I reckon you were onto something. Here, pay attention to the first word of each line. BTM visual novel? Ayo, yeah! It's one of those islands in the East River, a fairly bleak spot, which fits the ministry to a T when you think about it. North Brother Island, yeah. We both sit in silence for a moment, as he absently has been scissoring, looking downward, miserable. Also, have a great stream or whatever. Yeah, like, you have a great day or whatever, Kelvin. 62% stinky? So this is our best shot, I guess. Sure seems that way. Put us up on it. We don't have much time before sunrise. Yeah, there's three. There are 3 visual novel-esque VTM games. This is the newest one. This one came out, I don't remember. A couple weeks ago? We are looking for our sire. And if we don't find him, we will die. We are Ravnos. This is my character. This is who I'm playing. We're looking for our sire who went missing. And if we don't find them in 4 days, we're gonna die. They're, like daredevils. They're very light on their feet. They're always, like, moving from place to place. They do not stay in the same spot long. They like, fucking with people. I really, really like Ravnos. There's the whole thing about like they're just like naturally lucky, and they always go with their gut, and they always want to like mess around and cause problems and annoy people, and I love them. Fucking with people. Oh, okay, he is ministry. I was curious what he looks like. A veritable enigma, but one thing is certain, almost his ruthlessness and aggression are known far and wide. He is no longer the undisputed ruler of Harlem. Else from his territory, Sansuric and his sect of serpents were sent scrambling for a new place to lay low. Did we get art for that maybe it's Mitzi? There's Mitzi or Nosferatu, but I don't know which one they are. Yeah, we got 7 nights. But we only had like 4 days to find like do the thing that we got asked to do. From like the start of the thing. So we're on day 3. Okay. No stopping? Nope. I used to be one of those people who were always running around and stirring up shit after school. Shocking, I know. One of my favorite pastimes of my gang of little rascals was exploring the ruins of an old hill hospital at night. Well, exploring might be a bit of a stretch. We never actually got inside. Just dared each other to stare into the windows for as long as we could. Yeah, Ravnos have, I think it's their banner compulsion, I don't remember which. Whenever it happens, they have to do something the most interesting and dangerous way that they can do it. They have to do it that way. And it's very fun. And so I have a Lasombra named Vivian. His name is Vivian Holland. He's based off of a character I wrote in a novel when I was a teenager. He is Lasombra. I played him in a one-shot. His sire, whose name is Colette, I believe is her name, she only embraced Vivian because she lost a bet to Arachnos. So that's how he was embraced. She was able to have a child of her own and lost a bet to a Ravnos, and the Ravnos got to pick who it was, and it was Vivian, who is, he's questionable. Really likes the call, I'm gonna call it lore. Doesn't work super well with Lola Sombra, but you know, usually I was the last girl standing, but they let me tell you, those hours after dusk in the fall, when every whisper of the wind, every rustle of the trees was mutilated by 100, they were torture. Now I kind of miss those days. So when Patrick and I hit the wrecked pier on Northern Brother Island and see the derelict buildings nearly, I almost squeal with delight. Almost. The ambiance is pretty much ruined by the shiny new RIBs moored along the pier. I don't know what an RIB is. Someone need to know what an RIB is. Some of them have clearly been used in the last few hours, judging by the mud and melted snow on the seats. Just to make sure we're on the same page, what exactly is your connection to Sansuric? I'd rather not say. Can't or won't. I bite my lower lip thoughtfully. I really don't want to spill the beans. I've grown used to Patrick and don't want him to see me in an even worse light. Or, God forbid, dislike me. Look, all you need to know is that Sansuric dealt with Renard, not with me. Never even met the guy. Just procured stuff for him. There's a tense silence as he looks me over, maybe judging, maybe not. In the end, he decides to let it slide. Fine. You mentioned before that he and Castle had a relatively good relationship. How do you plan to exploit that? I snort, half pissed that he knows me too damn well. Half amused by that good relationship crap, since all it means is that they didn't try to actively kill each other. I'm just about to break it down for him when suddenly we're cut off by gunshots. And they're getting closer. We duck down and observe as some guy comes tearing onto the pier, screaming his lungs out in terror. He's running backwards, tripping over every bump while desperately trying to shoot at something in the trees, unaware that his clip has been empty for a while. He's decked out head to toe in urban warfare gear, reminiscent of the hunters I had the pleasure of meeting a few times lately. He doesn't notice us yet, blinded by his delirious fear. Perfect moment to strike. Should I feed? I'll let Patrick worry about it. I hold back, realizing that I'm actually curious how Patrick handles situations like this. I catch his eyes and jerk his head towards the screamer. Patrick gives me a confused look, then sizes up his target. I blink, and the next thing I know, he's already on the guy, fangs deep in his neck. Honestly, I didn't expect stiff upper lip Patty to tear into the hunter with such ferocity, but who am I to judge? We like to pretend we're above mortals, but in the end, we're all just slaves to our hunger. All good? Patrick carefully sets the body down and wipes his crimson mouth clean, grimacing in disgust. Yes, forgive me. That was quite revolting. I laugh a little. All is forgiven. If those were Sans Serif's ministers who pushed this poor bastard to the edge, I'm not exactly eager to meet him myself. Patrick nods, looking at the lifeless body. He makes no move to hide it, so don't bother either. We share a quick glance before sneaking cautiously through the thicket towards the ruins looming over the bare trees. Pretty! I love the background art in this game, it's very good. We tread carefully through the bushes, mindful of the crunch of the snow underfoot. But let's be honest, the distant gunshots would have covered the sound of a stampede. All this shooting has died down in the last couple of minutes, replaced by blood-curdling screams of torment. We stumble upon several corpses, and, surprisingly, a decapitated skeleton with scraps of decomposing flesh still clinging to it. The murder of crows feasting on the scene couldn't care less. To them, carrion's carrion. It's given us both some pause. Those fuckers. The screams are almost drowning out the gunfire now, suggesting that the ministries might be getting the upper hand. Better them than the hunters. I just hope they don't mistake us for enemies and decide we deserve a similar fate. Great, Callie. Kalia? Shrug. We've got yourself right in the middle of a fucking war zone. The whole feels like a battlefield. Sorry, the whole city feels like a battlefield these nights. It's just our luck that we arrived right in time for the hostilities here. So what's the plan? We could try sneaking past, hoping the hunters aren't too busy with the serpent to notice us, or... Look over there. There's a spot under that collapsed floor where we could hide out and wait for this to blow over. Patrick cocks his head, pondering, absent-mindedly twirling his ring. Not on a pen at this time, but more like using it to focus. Finally, he drops his hand and looks at me calmly. I say we go with whatever your daredevil instincts recommend. You sure you didn't hit your head on the way here? Positive. Well, let's kick some ass then. Maybe that'll score us a few points with Sansaric right off the bat. I did not mean to pick that option. I wanted the other option, but why not? He nods and follows me as I kick down the door and enter the ruined building. Every sense heightened as my vitae surges in anticipation of a fight. The floor is a jigsaw of body parts. You could probably piece together a few whole bodies from the mess if you were so inclined. But I left my glue gun in the RV. I walk over them carelessly, only half noticing the sickening crunch of bone under my boots. As we creep through the building, Patrick suddenly stops and flashes 3 fingers at me. I press myself against the wall, tuning into the hunters in the next room. Patrick's dilate kicks a pebble to mimic footsteps. Fooled, 2 hunters burst out, shotguns at the ready, but with just a flick of their wrist, Patrick has one hunter gunning down the other. Confusion washes over the shooter's face just before I rip his throat out. The last one starts freaking out, blasting his assault rifle everywhere, trying to shoot us through the walls. I duck behind the door frame and sneak a quick glance. He's alone, terrified, and the crows cawing outside the window are not helping him one bit. But let's be real. In this horror show, we are the monsters. I don't want to use my powers. Without looking at each other, Patrick and I lunge forward. He goes high, aiming for the gun, while I dive low and slam his elbow into the hunter's solar plexus, dropping him to his knees, then flying him with a right hook to the temple. Before this trigger finger can even twitch, he's already lying on the ground, disarmed and confused. We both move in again, but this time our rhythm is off. Our syncopated moves clash as we both reach for the hunter's head with the same neck-snapping plan. And the head just pops right off. The lips keep moving for a few seconds as if murmuring a prayer. We drop it immediately, looking at each other in embarrassment, and take a step back from the headless corpse. The clamorous calls inevitably draws more trouble. As we turn to leave, a bunch of hunters leaps in, weapons at the ready. We go back to back and switch places, throwing them off balance, but before we can lunge, we hear a loud ting, and the hunters in the front of the door look like he's about to lose his head. And that's exactly what happens. His head is severed by a cut so clean that his body stands dumbly for a moment before crumbling onto the ground. Behind stands a group of serpents, all decked out in leathers and gold. Scary as fuck. For a split second, the room goes deathly quiet, and then all hell breaks loose. Patrick and I hardly need to intervene. The hunters and serpents clash with each other, gunshots echo, cries fill the air, and blood flows freely. It's all over in less than a minute, and the kindred, predictably, emerge victorious, leaving our last victim unscathed. The silence that follows is so oppressive that it almost buzzes in my ear. I start to think I've gone deaf, but I see Patrick checking his ears and relax a little, really that I'm not the only one so overwhelmed. The serpents don't move, don't speak, only look at us, judgmentally, calculatingly. Hold on, let me get more water. Huh? Okay, sorry. In this heavy silence filled only by the scent of blood, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes like thunder. The man who enters the room is barely my height, but he carries himself with the grandeur of a king, the ruthless ruler of his domain. Eli Sansaric, the most powerful snake himself. From the silence of his movements, it is instantly clear that his thunderous entrance was all for show, an intimidation, a warning. Magnanimously, he was given the assailants a chance to flee in disgrace, or letting them scatter for a more interesting hunt, more likely. Hell, I'm not sure why Patrick and I didn't just bolt. The last remaining hunter tries frantically to crawl away, but he collapses under Sansaric's seal-capped boot. That's when I realized why the serpent is walking so oddly. He's dragging a dead hunter, impaled on the enormous claws protruding from his fingers. His body slides to the ground with a hollow thud. A kindred who seems to be his child? Second in command, hands him a clean handkerchief, which he uses to wipe the blood off his hands, and then he promptly flings it onto the corpse. Sitting over the whimpering hunter, he surveys the mortal with sheer disdain, then tilts his head to make direct eye contact with me. Given that you've been smeared with the blood of the cattle, am I right to assume that you are not part of their pathetic assault? There is something to him, this youth past their intensity, that prompts me to answer immediately and recklessly. Please, I've had enough bullshit from the crew already. No, we're siblings in arms here. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I toss him a sour glance, making him look uncool in front of the battle pastor. Sansaric's gaze locks on me, unblinking, his posture rigid as a cobra. His stare is so intense it almost makes me sweat. If I could sweat, that is. And if I weren't so damn used to pressure. I try to appear relaxed and confident when he lets out a short, sharp whistle. Instantly, two of his serpents lift the last hunter, propping his limp body into a standing position. But Sansaric doesn't spare him a glance. His eyes are fixed on me. He's been quite a real annoyance, this one. Quite the rogue, wouldn't you say? Of course you would. Why don't you teach him a lesson? It's clearly not a real question, and the only acceptable response is a dutiful, yes, sir. Hunger increased. Oops. The perpetually spinning cogs in my head go into overdrive looking for a way to impress Ansaric. What do I know about him? He'd relish a show of power, that's for sure. But in what flavor? Cruel? Formidable? I'm running out of time. I feel my excitement raising like the tide, and the itch to do something dangerous and reckless returns with suffocating strength. But as attention hangs thick in the air and I open my mouth to speak, I instantly realize I fucked up. What I'm about to do is not enough. Spill. The hunter's eyes are wide with horror. He starts spouting off like a terrified kid, his words jumbled and shaky, making it hard to catch anything but snippets among his whimpers. Mission, the island, he said. He said one. Eventually he dissolved into a mass of sobs. All he can do is wrap his arms around his knees and rock back and forth, teetering on the edge of madness. Sansaric clicks his tongue in disapproval, and despite myself, I wince the sound. How unimaginative. Truly, a child would come up with a better game. The serpent eyes finally leave me, turning to the sad heap on the ground that used to be a proud hunter. He approaches the hunter slowly, lazily, and then, with both hands, lifts the mortal off the ground by the shoulders. I watch from the sidelines as Sansaric bearing changes completely. Gone is the relentless intensity, the danger, the zeal. His eyes look soft and sweet when he locks them with the hunter and murmurs something into his ears, gently as if soothing a frightened animal. I watch with increasing surprise as the hunter melts into Sansaric's arms and embraces him, sobbing to the crook of his neck and clawing desperately at his back as if trying to draw him closer. It looks intimate, reverent, an encounter with the most beloved divine. Sansaric carefully pulls away, ignoring the hunter's clinging hands, and fishes out a hand grenade from the hunter's gear. Return to your patrons, make him see the error of his ways. The hunter immediately gets up, feet unsteady, and limps away, through the door and into the cold darkness. His gait is awkward and clearly uncomfortable, because he doesn't, not even for a second, avert his worshipful eye from Sansaric's face. Come. He shoots towards the pier, his entourage obediently in tow. And of course, we're dragged along too, thanks to an overly persistent servant who thinks shoving us is somehow necessary. I thought it said showing up like 5 times. It's not like we have a choice, right? I fucked up. That's okay. We need to feed. With no more distractions, the path seems way shorter than I remember. I can see one of those RIBs bobbing in the East River in the distance. Must be that charmed hunter off to ruin his boss's night. No. Sansaric turns to Patrick and me, sizing us up with an icy glare, but even though his tone regains that frighteningly intensity from before, now there's a hint of benevolence. You have the misfortune of catching me in a nasty mood, I'm afraid. But if you provide an acceptable explanation for trespassing on my turf, I might just let you go. Well, I flick a glance at Patrick and catch a subtle nod out of the corner of my eye. Name's Kali, and this here's... Oh, I know who that is. The Baron's lapdog, the court's errand boy. I'm more interested in you. Gotta say, being in this kind of spotlight doesn't exactly boost my confidence. I'm Reynard Castle's child. I run with his coterie, and I know you've had business relations with him. I was actually the one who rushed the delivery of those trinkets you wanted. I didn't realize Sansaric's face could grow even more sour, but here we are. His lips curl down, he knits his eyebrow, and he glares at me like I just kicked his cat. But then, unexpectedly, he throws his head back and laughs, loud, free, mocking laughter that makes me lose my cool. His laughter abruptly stops, and he's back to staring at me coldly, unblinkingly, perfectly poised. I haven't heard from good old Ray in months, child. Whatever you think you procured for me went to someone else's hands. He falls silent briefly, and then his serpent eyes narrow. Do you even know what exactly it was that you acquired for him? My silence is my answer. Is his answer. Hold on. My silence is his answer. Not gonna lie. His words hit me hard, and I'm a little flustered. Bernard's rarely designed to share his plans with me, but it wasn't like he made a habit of lying straight to my face. Why would he hide it from me specifically? A Sansaric makes yet another disparaging sound to me. Patrick clears his throat and shifts the Sedite scalding focus onto him. Would you mind telling us about your last dealings with the castle? Any information could help. I roll my eyes at this stiff and obvious attempt at wheedling info out of Sansaric, but he only smirks, decide as if he's thinking about Reynard brought him great English. Which, admittedly, it might have. Nobody really thinks about Reynard unless they absolutely have to, and by that time, it's usually too late. I don't mind, though I must say that Brat truly was insufferable. Fixated on the antediluvians like a child obsessed with a new toy. Antediluvians are the, original vampires. As what everyone everyone descends from Cain, and then Cain had a bunch of people, and so there's, a couple generations, and then the antediluvians are up there, and they are all of our parents, per se. I'm staring at him, totally lost. Antediluvians? That's a first. What did Reynard even want with the antediluvians? And why did he go asking the ministry? As reading my mind, Sansaric tosses me a sharp look and continues. How he came to learn that my clan, me in particular, holds knowledge of our most ancient ancestors is a mystery to me. But seek me out he did, asking numerous questions about ancestry, power, and blood. I jump a little when he waves his hand dismissively after such a long period of standing still. Let me be perfectly clear. The history of Clan Ravnos was never of interest to me, and I had little desire to discuss it. Neither had Reynard, up until a few months ago. What prompted his interest in those topics, I haven't the slightest, but I'd bet the promise of profit was his primary motivation. What I will say, however, is that his focus, how did he put it, business relations waned significantly. That's news to me as well. As far as I know, it was pretty much business as usual all the fucking time. For the first time in our conversation, Sensoric's face twisted into the picture of true savagery. No more pleasantness, exasperation, or hints of courtesy, only anger, relentless, and feral. Renard Castle has been slipping in his promises, a child of his, and I'm done, graciously waiting for his reparations. I take a look at Patrick and see him nod at me encouragingly, so I collect all of the broken and uncertain pieces myself and put them back together again. You can do it, Kali. Be charming, be careful, be calm. Never make promises, even those you intend to keep. I get it, so let me speak plainly. Reynard's missing, whether he's gone for good or just lying low. I can't say. No one's been able to reach him. I think he's out there somewhere, hiding, but he's off the radar. You got your ear to the ground. Heard anything about Reynard in the last few nights? I have no interest in that brat, in so much as the objects he swore to procure for me. And now I'm aware he had no hand in obtaining them, and it's high time that I move on to greener pastures, don't you think? Especially since I know they intend to deliver, yes. Sensoric almost seemed like he might lighten up with a wink, but no. His expression snaps back to its usual icy detachment as he leans forward slightly, his gaze as steady as chilling as a snake's. I have this weird pain in my ear right now. Hold on one second. Okay. Renard Castle meddles with powers beyond his ken. I wouldn't be surprised if this sudden uptick in hunter activity was linked to his actions one way or another. I wait, hoping he'll elaborate on the strange and frankly insulting connection he's implying, but it seems he considers our discussion done. He straightens up and signals to his second in command, who quickly moves in to receive his whispered instructions. There's no way this can all be taken from such a critical meeting. I catch Patrick's eyes and suddenly move closer to him, ensuring our next words are shielded from any certain ears. What's our next move? Zendrik's clues about Reynard. 2. Your Cyrus messing with dangerous shit. Great. Tell me something I don't know. Well, now. You said it briefly. Does it bother you? The castle has been undermining you and reneging on commitments that involve your work. Yeah, kind of. By kind of, I mean a hell of a lot. I know he's a bastard, and I'm no saint either. But we have this unspoken agreement that we're not going to screw each other over, you know? I see. Should we take our farewells then? Hold up. There's one more thing I need to ask. I back away from a little huddle and cough to grab Sensoric's attention. He acknowledges me right away, but he takes a sweet time wrapping up his chat before shooting me an impatient look. Just one more thing before we scram. The circulatory system seems to have a hit list, and Renard's sitting at the top. Any clue what that's about? Sensoric's eyes narrow in anger and contempt. Well, color me astonished. He was blabbing on and on about his latest illustrious benefactor who could help him circumvent the red market. He makes such a sour face that if we're still moral, I'm sure he'd be spitting in disgust. Seems like he ended up on the bad side of that slumbering bitch on the Hudson. Frankly, good riddance with that. I'm utterly lost here. And who do you mean, exactly? My attention remains fixed on Sansaric, but I can't ignore the abrupt, frantic motion of Patrick violently spinning his damn ring. Sansaric gnashes his teeth in a low, seething murmur ripples through his followers. That's a Mitzi bitch. Britra, or whatever the fuck her name is. You don't know her. Then count your blessings. Shout, I was right, she's a Mitzi! I was right! What's her deal? Her deal is that she waltzes in like she owns the place and steals what's been rightfully ours for decades. His eyes blaze with a pure yellow light, fangs elongate as his jaw loosens in a furious scream. I swear I catch a glimpse of a forked tongue flickering down into his mouth as he calms down, regaining his usual captivating appearance. I add two and two together and realize this Vritra, that's a very hard name to pronounce, and I'm gonna look it up and make sure I'm also pronouncing the main character's name correctly too. Must have been the one who asked at the servants from the turf in Harlem. I shoot a acknowledging glance at Patrick, but he's too fixated on that damn ring of his. So I decided to press Sansarik a bit harder. I wonder what kind of relationship Reynard has with this Vitra. Do you think? I do not think about her, child of Reynard, nor do I wish to start. My time is precious. We're done here. So much for pressing. Sansarik fully turns his back to me, conferring with some of his servants. I train my ears to hear their whispers. Not even out of the need to hear what they're saying, but more out of the sheer curiosity. But Patrick gently tugs on my sleeve. I think our meeting has concluded. We should leave before Sansarik himself grabs off his turf. You're right, I guess. I really hope for more clues on that. Well, at least we confirmed that Sansarik has nothing to do with Castle's disappearance. Let's discuss strategy once we've gone from this place. I nod, clear my throat loudly, and speak without waiting for Sansarik to face me. Thanks for not throwing us out on our asses sooner, Sansarik, and for the info too. We'll get out of your hair now. I spin on my heel, but his stare halts me dead in my tracks. You should leave this city, child. Looking for that sire of yours will yield nothing but death and ruin. And if your leaving means that brat digs himself deeper in his own shit, he gives me a smirk, the best one yet. Then I might be willing to lend a hand. I'm ready to snap at him, scream at his face, that I don't need his damn pity, but then it hits me like a freight train. He's not offering help out of sympathy. He'd get off on watching Reynard suffer, no doubt about it, but then his offering? It's like this weird mix of prickly ass kindness, something you'd hardly ever see in our kindred world. And it's that fucked up kindness alone that keeps my mouth shut. So instead, I give a silent nod and hook arms with Patrick as we dip out of the decrepit building into the frigid dead of night. Oh my god. Even I heard some of the crazy legend that popped up on the ministry over the years. I don't give a shit if they could actually control the elements, but the second we bailed from that shithole on North Brother Island, a ruthless wind kicked up, shoving us right back to our boat. It was like the Mother Nature screaming at us to get the hell out, to run, ditch this cursed dump before it sucked us dry. So yeah, we totally bailed. We zoomed across the East River and only chilled when the wicked winds finally took a break from breathing down our necks. That's when it dives into the icy Hudson, stirring up wild waves. And we are talking on this pier. The thunderous crash of the water drowns out our voices, all fierce and intense, like it's slurping up our words and slashing them away. Let's recapitulate. First, Jessica Wainwright says Reynard Castle is now #1 on the circulatory system's hit list. Patrick isn't the type to make big gestures while he talks. He usually just spins his ring or shoves his hands deep in his pockets, but this time he's putting on a bit of a show, taking off imaginary bullet points on his finger. Yeah, I'm probably going down with him if I don't stop digging. Not like I've got much of a choice anyway. Correct. And second, Eli Sansarik swears he hasn't talked to Reynard Castle in months. And the items? Yeah, items. Sounds about right. Right, the items he arranged for Sansarik through Castle haven't shown up yet. Castle has also developed a rather intense, almost obsessive interest in the antediluvians, but his reasons and objectives are still a mystery. I just quietly nod along. Reynard Castle has been MIA for the past few nights, despite having meetings lined up. He goes quiet for a bit, spinning his ring like he's trying to tether his thoughts to something solid. And all honestly, nothing in this sounds promising, not for finding him, and definitely not for his safety. He stops talking and just stares off into space, fiddling with that ring. What else is new? But there's another piece of intel we've dug up. And there's that Zamitsu from the Hudson. Britra, was it? Sensoric mentioned she's after Reynard. Don't know much about her, just that she's got some sort of show in the Hudson. We should definitely look into her. That ring of his is spinning faster now, and I somehow sense that Patrick's about to piss me off with another load of bullshit. It hits me all of a sudden. He does that a lot, doesn't he? Spins that ring and then spouts nonsense or flips his stance. I'm not convinced that that's the smartest approach. What solid proof do we actually have that ties her to Castle, aside from the rumblings of a disgruntled serpent? There we go. None, but then again, we don't have much of anything solid, so we might as well chase up what leads we do have, right? That makes sense. He keeps spinning his ring, his expression smoothing out like he's been trying to straighten his thoughts. However, I think it might be better to focus on investigation in the circulatory system. Is that him being pragmatic, anxious, or maybe can he just spin that ring and let fate decide? Honestly, that feels way riskier than just chatting with one kindred. I can't believe I'm the one who wants to play it safe. There's no way he lets sheer chance guide his actions, right? Not Mr. Cool and Collected. It's got to be something about Ritra herself. That's such a hard name to pronounce, I'm so sorry. Is she really that intimidating? Are you scared of her? Well, Sensoric did imply that she single-handedly outs his entire group out of Harlem. To be fair, he only suggested that she just does whatever she wants, and he's not a fan because she totally stepped on his toes. He turns away and spins his ring faster, and yet another realization dawns on me. From what little I know, is that a character for Patrick to be scared of someone he hasn't met? Hold on. Do you know her, like, personally? I don't. Well, I've heard of her. Words travel fast, and she's been the talk of the town for some time now. She's quite the enigma. Spin. No one knows where she came from, or why she chose New York. Only that she invades territories and stands her ground decisively. Spin. And that unknown element is precisely what makes her a threat. I'm so tempted to rip that fucking ring off his finger and smash it into pieces. I shut my eyes and grit my teeth, trying to concentrate. Honestly, she sounds like just another stuffy kindred with killer PR. No one knows your background, you can craft any image you want, and no one will question it. They got nothing to compare it to. Perhaps. But there have been many kindred who sought an audience with her and never came back. Totally screams classic Camarilla move, if you ask me. I don't get why you're all weird about looking into the Ritra, specifically, especially because you never even met her. Or so you claim. That's it. He stops spinning his ring and grips it tightly, his knuckles turning a shade paler. The main difference between her and the Camarilla is that with the Ivory Tower, you can occasionally talk your way out of the deal. Negotiate, like you did a couple nights ago. With Ritra, the story has just one ending. You disappear. His explanation almost makes sense, but he won't even look at me as he speaks, just gazes off into nothing, fingers constantly dancing on his stupid ring. And while I get that everyone has their quirks, I'm not demented enough to think I don't have any. It's really starting to get on my fucking nerves. You know what? As much as it kills me to say it, you're right. This Rita chick is way too dicey to just waltz up to. Let's stick to something more solid for now. Yes, exactly. He sounds relieved. It almost makes me feel bad for what I'm about to do. Almost. But then he starts spinning that goddamn ring again. I'm just thought, this is killing me. I need to do something with my hand before I literally explode. A look of concern flickers across his face. Literally explode? Does that have something to do with your clan? Nah, it's just how I'm wired. Got a coin or something I can toss? Maybe a pebble, a button? He gives me a puzzled look, but dutifully digs into his pocket and hands me a coin. A quid, if I'm not mistaken. Thanks. So, oh shit! Looks like the serpents are having second thoughts about letting us walk. As he turns to look confused, I swiftly snag both the coin and his cherished ring from his hand before he can turn back. The frog! I slip the ring onto my finger and step back. Never mind, probably just my mind playing tricks. Hey, what's up with your ring? Up close, the ring is actually pretty intricate. Even kind of beautiful. It's a dice spinner that mimics a d20 die. I give it a flick, it lands on a 1. I choose not to take that as an omen. My ring, I lift my hands and give my fingers a little wave, a flashing the double band. If he were mortal, Patrick would be the portrait of distress right now. No. With his pupils shrinking to dots, he reaches out with a trembling hand. Give it back. Why the fuss? It's a cool piece and all, but seriously, what's the big deal? You don't understand. I really need a back, please. I stand on my ground with his arms crossed, watching him falter. His body tenses as if to jump. Then relaxes abruptly. His hands clench and unclench, and it's clear he's struggling to keep himself composed, almost on the verge of kneeling. I know he's been putting on a show these past few nights. He's a pro, and I get that. Game recognizes game. But right now, he looks so downright pathetic that I have to remind myself that we're both just playing our parts here. Gilly, I'm serious, please. It could turn ugly, really fast. Give it back. Give it back. Just give it. He seems so... Am I the bad guy here? This can't go on. I need to find out. I love you. Tell me what the fucking problem is. Look at Liz from my angle, will you? I feel like I'm about to lose my head here, and you're acting like it's fine to gamble with my existence. Just get how messed up that sounds, right? It's not what you think. Just please hand it over. And then what? You'll just skirt on the issue? That's all you ever fucking do. He says quiet, teeth clenched, shivering on the ground as if he's going through withdrawal. Who knows? Maybe he is. You really don't think much of me, do you? Haven't I shown you I'm reliable enough? Come on, Patrick. Quit the game. Just this once, and trust me. What's going on with you? I might be able to help, you know. I pry his hand away from the decaying plank that he's clearly crushed, slipped the ring onto his finger, and set back, just in case he decides to take a well-deserved swing at me. The reaction is instantaneous. I watch in silence as he curls in on himself, cradling his hand to his chest, his head bowed, shoulders heaving with sharp, near-mortal breaths. It takes a while for him to find his words. I wrestle with impatience. Just stay cool. Wait. Right when I'm about to blurt out something stupid, he speaks. I do not leave important decisions to a die roll. Absolutely not. You're right. It would be monumentally foolish. He lifts his gaze from the ring and looks at me with a piercing clarity. I plop down next to him, nodding at him to go on. This ring? I consider it a lifeline. It keeps me from drowning in the relentless flood of voices inside my own head. It doesn't shut them up entirely, but it dampens them, makes them manageable, subdued. Wait a minute. Is that why you've been so obsessed about inner voices in that dusk-born Santa? Yes, I'm searching for a more lasting solution, or for some clarity, at least. Clarity on what? On what the voices actually represent. You don't know? I know. I've known these voices as long as I can remember. I understand why they grew stronger after my embrace, but I also know they're not like what others experience. Patrick, I'm so lost. What others are you talking about? He falls silent for a hot minute, the ring on his finger twitching incessantly. It's a truly irritating sight. I shortly look away before I'm tempted to yank it off again. I'm Malkavian. Callie, I told you! It's so obvious! My guy, it's so obvious! Look at your belt! Look at your shirt! Sorry. The whole Kate act is just a facade. Okay, and? His gaze filled with suspicion narrows on me. You don't seem terribly shocked. I mean, what if we have not the secrets we keep? Kali isn't even my real name, you know? Well, what is it then? Slow down, Turbo. We're still unpacking your little masquerade here. What's up with that? Why the pretense, you mean? Yeah, that. I get the gist, but I want to know the deets. The deets are that Malkavians aren't exactly crowd favorites, particularly those among us, with an uncanny insight into the future and no talent for concealing it. Wait, hold up. You're telling me you can see the future? No, nothing so extravagant. I get feelings, hunches, occasional whispers, offering me a glimpse of what might be. Sounds pretty nifty to me. Believe me, it's anything but. It's impossible to tell if these whispers are a boon or a bane. Wait, so your own voices are screwing with you? Yes. That's seriously messed up. No response. I take it that he agrees. So, these whispers, do they tip you off when you saved those Anarch 2 years back? He seems surprised that I remember his little confession. In a way, I was lucky to guess right, and lucky that Tor cut me some slack for my erratic gift. I nod silently, piecing together our conversation in my head. Everything clicks into place except for one nagging question. But if you understand the voices and their origins, why bother dissecting them? I hear many voices, each of them distinct, but also the same. It is difficult to explain. But among them is one that's elusive. It doesn't come from any known place, and can't be quieted, not even by my rank. I need to uncover its source and purpose. So it's nastier than the others. Not exactly, just enigmatic. There's only one. He pauses, his fingers inching towards the cursed ring that he clearly abandoned what he's going to say. Nobody seemed to know a damn thing about it. I squinted at him, suspicion tightening my features. You're holding out at me again. Of course I am, but I'm being open about it. It's impossible to share everything about oneself. I find that fascinating, don't you? No matter how transparent you try to be, there are always aspects of your life you keep to yourself, intentionally or not. The nuisance of our situation. What a load of crap. I mentally check out for a bit, then I cut off his philosophical, rambling. My brain cannot read that word for a second. Cool it, Gandalf. Keep your secrets, just remember, I'm not letting fate roll the die for me. We already have one reckless idiot in this team, and that's me. He seemed stunned, but in the end, tosses me a small but genuine smile. I thank you. Had I known you would be so understanding.
Hey, drink something.
Actually, okay. I might have told you sooner. Give me that box. It's so obvious he's a Malk. It's the belt. The belt and the shirt. Put him in a plain belt and a plain shirt, you would have never known. La Sombra with no dex. No dex! No, you need that. You also need strength. We got strength. No manipulation, no composure. Not bad. Sorry. I might have told you sooner. I apologize for misjudging you, Kelly. Apology accepted. Ugh, feelings. I'll just accept his apology. Thank you for telling me, even if it was under duress. Right, yes. Shall we go back to the important stuff? We shall, absolutely shall. An awkward silence falls, but the air feels lighter already. A layer of tension slides off me, and from Patrick's relieved expression, he's right there with me. So, Reynard, why is the circulatory system so obsessed with getting him out of the picture? I mean, there's a whole blood trade thing, sure, but why the added urgency? Bonk, stop bonking me. I'm guessing it's because they know something we don't. That's a reasonable hypothesis. Right? Even now, and then I hit the nail on the head. Now, if the Camarilla hadn't swiped my laptop, I might have done some deep digging online without my tech, but honestly, it probably wouldn't have made a damn difference. A behemoth like the circulatory system probably uses a sealed-off intranet for all their dirty laundering. If only I could hack into their database, but it's all I coulda, woulda, shoulda at this point. Hold up, thought. Getting into the circulatory system database might just be within our grasp. I squinted at him. He's full of surprises tonight. It must be the bloodshed getting into him. Have you ever come across someone named Kaiser? I might have caught wind of him. Isn't he the slick, sharky guy? It wouldn't be prudent to avoid discussing his appearance, especially in his presence. Is he in Nosferatu? Or a Malk? Kaiser is quite the figure here in New York. A veritable eminence, Gris, whose influence extends everywhere like a spider's web. There's a little he doesn't know, even with the recent altercation with the La Sombra Primogen. Wait, what altercation? I'm not privy to the particulars, only that it profoundly disturbed Kaiser. That Primogen sounds pretty cool. I should definitely not meet with them then. I don't want no altercations. I doubt you have much say in whether the Primogen chooses to seek you out. Anyway, if we want to operate under the Camarilla's radar, Kaiser's our kindred. Yeah, but hooking up with someone like that, I mean, I'm not even planning to stick around New York much longer. Pulling up depths while hunting for Messiah sounds like a nightmare. That is fair. Well then, we don't have any other. Hold up, what about the Malkavian Savant? Word on the street is she's pretty slick with intel, you know her, right? From clan to clan. You mean Hope, the CEO of Double Sparrow? Hope's in the first game. Right, her. She's famous for her tech chops. Heard some chatter about her back in LA too. Well, she might not be the best fit for this job. Wrong voice. Well, she might not be the best fit for this job. Cracking open the database is one thing. Getting her hand on it is another. But she's been a thorn in Kaiser's side lately, having steadily gained ground in his areas of influence. Maybe she's picked up some new tricks she hasn't unleashed yet. It's her call. This is about your sire, after all. Honestly, none of the options are exactly stellar, but beggars can't be choosers, right? Kaiser or Hope? Kaiser. Hate to say, but I think our best bet is the city's top info broker. Risky as it seems. Alright, I'll set up a meeting for tomorrow night. Just after sunset. Meet me at my haven as soon as possible. You'll find another place to crash tonight, I take it. He's learning. Neat. Yeah, but I'll be there. Pinky promise. He flashes me an unknowing grin and nods. Then we go our separate ways, melting into the vanishing night. Kinda ironic, isn't it? The deeper I sink into this mess, the lighter I feel. Okay. I need to feed. Yeah. Patrick heads back to his haven, but I am no such rush. The area isn't exactly the pinnacle of modern urban design, but I'm pretty sure it has its uses. A prime spot for fine dining on the go, for example. Or at least a passable one. So I take a leisurely stroll in search of a late night snack. Reynard kept lecturing me, like on repeat, not to call mortals snacks, but I'm belittling those without whom I'd just be a mess of base instincts or whatever. Kind of weird coming from a pathological liar who treats mortals like livestock at an auction. But yeah, there's a point somewhere in there. Strangely, there's lots of mortals around for this hour. No convenient joggers, not in this weather. But I quickly spot a group of totally placid Broadway bros singing numbers at the top of their lungs as they stagger along. I consider going after them, but in the end, I decide it'll be too much work splitting them up. And why bother, when they're surely easier prey just around the corner. But as I meander through the area, I don't really find anyone suitable either. There's a girl dragging her blackout drunk friend through the snow. A homeless person over there pulls their cart, shivering against the lashing wind. A small group of dead-eyed college students, I assume, talk about dunking their heads in water to wake up because they can't stomach any more caffeine. It's a pretty lively place. You'd think I wouldn't stop around here. I'm getting grumpy at being forced to give up. The sun's almost at the horizon. I should hurry to the nearest of our havens, but then I hear it. The incomprehensible babbling of a teenager high as a kite, punctuated with bursts of joy shrieking. Man, I'm almost jealous. I don't even bother sneaking up. He probably wouldn't even notice me anyway. Instead, I stride confidently towards the sound, eager to actually quell the hunger for a while this time. The teenager is spinning around in a circle in a conveniently secluded spot, waving his phone around as if he was the camera operator in Gravity, and cracking up like it's the funniest shit in the world. He seems to be talking to the camera and gesturing wildly, but I can't catch anything. Perhaps he doesn't English, or maybe he's just too high to string actual words together. Judging by the blown out pupils, I'm pretty sure it's the latter. I stop briefly, more out of confusion than anything else. Like, what the fuck is this kid doing in a place like this at the crack of dawn? Out of his mind, trying to record something? My confusion is cut short when the teenager stops spinning, blurts out something excitingly, and wobbles towards me, pointing the camera straight at my face. Oh shit, I can't let him turn me into a viral short. But I also don't want to waste energy on him, not when I'm so hungry. No time to waste then. I throw my poncho over my head, just in case it's a live stream or something. Who the fuck knows? And lunge at him like a tiger. I snatch him out of his hand with no trouble at all. He doesn't seem to fully understand what's going on, because his fingers are still curled around thin air. I smile at him, put the phone behind my back, and crush it in my grip like it's nothing more than a crumbly cookie. When I smile even wider, creeping slowly towards him like a shadow. He sees me coming, of course. There's no way he wouldn't. But honestly, I'm way past caring. High as he is, he won't remember a thing when he wakes up, that's for sure. Because when I gently, sweetly peel away his lapel to uncover his neck, he's still mumbling something to himself, and waving his empty hand around. The first sip of his blood almost has me reeling. It's so full of crack I can hardly believe the boy's still standing. So I'm gonna be up for a party of my own tonight. I don't drink the teenager dry, even though I'm tempted to, but there's been enough near breaches of the Masquerade tonight, especially with that phone. After I've had my fill, I even sit on the boy on a bench, instead of leaving him on the ground to be buried in the snow. Look at me, a good Samaritan, am I right? I stretch like a cat and squint at the horizon. It's time I found a haven. Dawn's a-coming. Okay. I kind of want to stop here. Let's to the haven. The apartment is scored thanks to the signs of our crew. Wonder who left it there. Reynard. Jess. It's thankfully much better than the dump I had to crash in back in the Bronx. It's clean, spacious, and sunproof, so at least I won't fry to crisp while daydreaming. Not exactly my cozy RV, but hey, in a couple of nights, I could get used to it. If it weren't for the damn near certainty that I'll turn into a pile of ash come sunset, that is. Lying in the queen-size bed, hands laced behind my head, waiting for sleep to hit, my mind can't help but spiral around the shitstorm of the past 2 nights. Turns out there's more I don't know about Reynard than I do about Patrick. And I've been Reynard's child for about 2 freaking years. Sorry, almost 2 freaking years. My embrace, yeah, that's not a trip down memory lane I enjoy. Not just because I felt like getting ripped apart, but because it caught me off guard. I wasn't one of those foresaws whose entire existence revolved around becoming kindred who slaved away at schools for decades, if not for centuries, just for a chance at that one final kiss. To be honest, I had no desire or purpose back then, just drifting through life much like these nights. Following impulses, hit up that city, no, scratch that, hit the other one, swipe from that dude here, scan that lady over there, put on a show, disappear, live. I caught Reynard's eyes at the music festival. It was really raking it in with sleights of hand, hustling the clueless out of their money. Rich kids were everywhere, dripping with cash and confidence, making my job a damn breeze. Just one day, I made enough to cover my ticket 3 times over. I left it until Reynard came along and decided to take me down a notch, exposing all my tricks, swindling me out of my hard-earned money, humiliating me in front of my cash cows, and then had the nerve to promise me some bright, shiny future with his gang. I told him to go to hell, obviously. I've had it with assholes and had zero interest in joining a gang. Cruising alone across the country suited me just fine, or so I thought. Been years since I convinced myself that solitude meant freedom. But soon enough, whether I liked it or not, I learned a whole new meaning of freedom. One that went way beyond just being lonely. Because that very same night, Reynard spotted me in the crowd and decided to embrace me right under everyone's noses. No one even batted a freaking eye as he hauled my dying ass out of that festival. Man, I'm in a rotten mood today, and I gotta remind myself it's not all that bad. Those last 2 years with Reynard's coterie were better than a big chunk of my life. Turns out, being part of a tight-knit group, I found family, calls it, can be pretty damn sweet. Not so much when the leader sounds to be lying, dodging a snake, though. That's a recent bombshell. With the merchandise not reaching the bar, then suddenly into the Libyan obsession and being at the very top of the circulatory system hit list. God damn it, Reynard. What the hell did he get yourself into? Yeah, okay, we're gonna do this and then we're gonna stop. Hello, night boss? I'm clearly detest when I call him that, but I keep tossing it his way every now and then. Who knows, maybe we'll rekindle some of that old buddy vibe we lost along the way. Not that I'm dying for it. He turned into a total snorefest once he flips on that professional switch. Handing the Callahan case the way I did, I knew it wouldn't exactly endear me to him. Turns out, it might have cut deeper than I ever thought it would. How many this time? Another 2, a Duskborn and one of Aisling's fledglings. That way they were found. Their last moments were far from pleasant, to say the least. This is absurd. We've sequestered here like a bunch of idiots, struggling to find common ground, pretending we have this mess handled. We can't let this continue, you know that. We have to crush this mob, snap their pitchforks, and smother their torches before everything spirals out of control. I mean, you're the sheriff. In my books, that's your shot to call. You have plenty of backup in there. Honestly, I don't know what's holding you back. That's the fundamental difference between us. Unlike you, I still have a modicum of respect for the rulers, even when they bind my hand to the choice of fools. Language. Yikes, there's that fiery glare again. I need to work on my timing, and he needs to sort out his anger issues. Do you mind if I intrude on this delightful conversation? Jesus, I hate when she pulls that Cheshire cat shit. Popping out of thin air like that. What is it, Valerie? Well, there we go. We might have identified the mastermind behind your locust swarm, as you so aptly put it. A mere glimpse of the file she hands Kadir has me reeling. Him? Seriously? Positive. Positive. There we go. But then, piercing things together, it makes perfect sense. The locusts would only rally under a supremely charismatic asshole. There's no asshole quite like as magnetic as Aaron Fletcher. Okay. Rules be like, don't let people know you're a vampire. These people, Silas. Who's this rules person? We don't know her. Hi. We got a new character on our thingy! She's so good! She's so cool looking. Also, hi. We got Valerie. I'm debating. I have been reading for the past 3 hours, so I'm like debating if I wanna. She's not a vampire. She's a vampire. Kinda. Ish. Um, she's a vampire. I don't know. I'll show you the characters. We got Arturo. There's all characters from the first 2 games too. They're not like new characters or anything. I don't know who's new in this game really. We got Torque. I love them. We got this old guy. We got this old ass, like 106 million year old fucking guy. Who, if I saw, I would stab him. We got Aisling. Who's very goth. We've got the actual prince, who's incredibly fucking goth. I don't remember her hair being black though. I remember it being a different color. We got Tiani. We got Eli. We got some random guy. Got a random guy. We got this other vampire. Or a ghoul, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, he's Lysander. Yeah, his name is Hound. I don't think we know his actual name. We got Julia, who is from the second game. We got our character Kali. I've been thinking it's Callie the entire time, but I think it's Kali. Not sure though. We got Mato, who is a Tremere. He's a blood sorcerer. We got Mia, who's kind of hot, kind of into it. We got Patrick, who is a twink, above all else. Kadir. I hate Kadir's art in this game. It was better in the first one. Not a big fan of his art in this game. That's Skylar. She's a albino. She's a thin blood. Human. Dumbass Ventru. Cool Bruja. Cool Ventru. And then it's Mitzi, who's hot. And I love her. Technically, I should do one more night, but I don't know if I have the energy to keep talking that much. I've been talking for so long, it feels like. Bald. She's hot. Go back to her. Go back to, Ritra. She's fucking hot. I love Smeetsies. The Hudson Alterix. Little is known about the Zemitzi bitch, as the serpent himself calls her. Beyond her relentless claim over the Hudson River, which she took as her domain shortly after arriving in New York City a few months prior, both her past in the old world and her present machinations, ever disruptive to the sex of New York, are shrouded in mystery. And nobody who ventured uninvited into the heart of her domain has ever returned. She kills people that goes in her domain. She's cool. Valerie is fine. Valerie calls you sweetheart and sugar, so she has to have an accent when she talks, or it's not awesome. Same with Kadir. Kadir has to have my my silly accent that I like to do, so it fits him. So it's being a dick. I love Kadir. All right. I'll start then. Nothing else I can do, right? Are you winning? I might be getting off. My ears are starting to hurt a lot. No, there are no dating options. It's not a dating sim. I don't think I played it. I don't know if I played a dating sim on stream. Not sure. Might have. The concept of sleep completely changes when you become one of us. You don't really get gently lulled by the warmth of Morpheus's embrace. More like, oh, sorry. Can I hit the Coven in this game? Can you two date? More like tossed into dark, depthless waters where the cold suffocates you till you can't feel anything. Waking up doesn't exactly leave you rested, but it's not quite exhaustion either. It's more like a narrow escape from some fathomless and terrible threat. Which doesn't at all explain why I feel so fucking exhausted as I make my way to Patrick's, tuning out the living chaos of New York streets on a chilly December night. Even the city's festive lights scattered among the gray urban landscapes can't lift my spirits, and neither can the delicate glimmer of the snow. Do vampires ever suffer from seasonal depression? Because it sure as hell feels like I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel here. I can add your emotes into my thing. If you link me your thing, I can add them. Patrick manages to blend in seamlessly with the scenery, yet I spot him from a block away near his haven. Uncharacteristically, both his hands are buried in his pockets, instead of fumbling with that lifeless ring of his. His head is bowed, eyes aimlessly fixed on the pavement as usual. Let's make it, okay, let's get down to business. Let's make it weird, or I have no energy for this. We should make it weird. Hey, what's a kid like you doing in a place like this? His expression softens to a wry smile. Do we like the twink? Yay, you wore Calvin down, just like your romance. Do we like him? He's Irish, but I can't do an Irish accent. So you're not getting that. Oh, he's English. I'm not really sure which. He's got an Irish name. So I assume he's just Irish. He looks the most damaged. Doesn't he? Doesn't he? I can fix him. Alright, I was gonna stop playing, but I'm kind of curious what's going on still, and I will be getting off in a little bit. Oh, do y'all want to know how much my vitamin D medication costs at CVS? Over the counter. It's gonna be a really weird number. And whatever you think it is, no, it's not like really expensive. Actually. No. It is not a dollar amount. And it's not free, but it's not a dollar amount. 666, no. Oh, this old place, it's just where I hang out. I was actually waiting for you. I jokingly fan myself with my hand. Phew, is it getting hot in here? How about we switch gears? You're really close, Cup. You're really, really close. Negative 37 cents. Yeah, they owe me money, actually. Tell me, what's the forecast for Kaiser tonight? Well, to be perfectly frank, we can expect a cold front of hostility. I roll my eyes. You need to barter some iron for it. It is 46 cents. You were really close when you said 37. Fantastic. Another enemy is just what I need. It's not quite like that, to put it plainly. Kaiser's presence is nothing short of repulsive. I'm yet to encounter another kindred who's as inherently distasteful. However, I must implore you to bite your tongue. If we want answers, we must suffer the insufferable, I'm afraid. You're so smart. You're so smart. Well, I can't make any promises. I mean, I'll give it a shot, but we both know how likely that's to turn out. Maybe it's best if you do all the talking. Observing would be my preference, but I think we can manage. There's a brief pregnant pause, and then I succumb to the urge to disrupt it. What do you think Kaiser will want from us in return? Before I can form my worries into words, a monstrous, opulent limousine screeches to a halt beside us, its tire right up against the curb. Patrick braces himself and gives us a resolute nod, just as the limousine door bursts open and a lanky guy steps out. He looks kind of sickly and definitely dodgy. My hand automatically moves to discreetly shove my belt back from him. Come on, he sounds like a kind of guy that has a Meowth voice, and I can't do that, and Cup, I wish you were here to do the Meowth voice for me. Just to say, come on in, the boss is waiting. No other reason. I thought it, I thought I was ready for anything after Patrick's warnings and all the nasty rumors about Kaiser, but man, was I totally off. Whoa, hot vampire game. Give me a second, my mom's calling me. Give me 1 minute. Why are you dancing? I'm back. She wanted me to do something that, like, I could not, like, she wanted me to open something and put it, like, on the stove, and I can't fucking get it open. I hate packaging. But I do need to set an alarm. Can you hear my cat meowing? Meow. You thought you had the stream muted? Nothing. Put her on mic. Meow. Can you meow for everyone? Can you meow for everyone? No. Meow. No? She doesn't want to. She's mad at me. She meowed when I put her down. She doesn't want to meow. Now she's meowing. What? Meow. Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought I was ready for anything after Patrick's. I was gonna say Patrick's. Patrick's warning about all the nasty rumors about Kaiser, but man, was I totally off, and it was raw too. The info broker's face is even more hideous than I could ever imagine. In the limo, far from the swanky vibe I expected. Instead, we're in a high-tech paradise, top-tier peripherals, touch pads, laptops, phones, tablets, the works. It feels so much like my own geeky haven that I have to sit on my hands to stop myself from touching everything. I'm so caught up in all the cool gadgetry that I forgot about Kaiser's fabled mean streak. So when his grating nasally voice cuts through the engine's hum, I nearly jump out of my skin. Oh, he's cool looking! I can't do voices like that, but listen up, you fuckwits. Time is money, and you're clearly broke as shit. Spill it now or piss off out of my ride. That is that is his first dialogue that you get from him. But like in a really like nasally voice. I can't do nasally voices because I have issues right now breathing. I'm a little congested, so I can't really do that right now. Okay. Listen up, fuckwits! That's how he talks. Oh hell no. Who the fuck do you think you are, asshole? How about I piss all over your ride, huh? I might have lost my cool a bit there. I don't even need to look at Patrick to know he's seething with frustration. But I'm not backing down that easily. Like Winston Churchill. Kaiser just scoffs and glares at me, giving me the silent treatment for what feels like forever. Ravnos, yeah! Klee! Good Ravnos? Yeah! I think so. You need wits, though. Ribbit. I can't hear because I'm not wearing my headphones. I'm cooking something in the kitchen. Look at that. That one's got some bite in her face. Reminds me of some... I can't do that. I will actually... I will be embarrassed if I do that. Reminds me of someone I really don't fucking like. His hands move towards his legs and he clenches it so tightly his knuckles dance under his awful skin. Interesting. Alright, let's cut the crap. Conroy tells me you've been itching to dig into the circulatory system database. I'm gonna behave. I'm not. Because that fucker Castle screwed the pooch big time. There is an eyebrow at Patrick. I hadn't really thought about what sitting at the meeting entailed, but I definitely didn't expect Kaiser to score all this free intel. Patrick's frown suggests that Kaiser might have snagged some secrets on the sly. Huh? Right? Hi! Hello! Hi, Raiders! Oh my gosh. Please let me know how you want me to pronounce your username, because I don't. or what to call you because I'm not short. There we go. Hi, welcome everybody. My name is Space. I'm a little frog. Yours is okay. Okay. Hi, welcome. Yeah, y'all can call me Space. I'm a frog. We're playing Vampire the Masquerade Reckoning in New York, which is a visual novel. How was your stream? What were you doing? What were you up to? I'm gonna go snoop. You like my motto? I'm a little froggy. Oh, thank you for the follow. Everyone who's been following, thank you so much. It doesn't tell me who it is. I just hear the noise. I'm also in the middle of making food right now. Not for me. Follow cause frog. Understood. Pathfinder! Oh, I wanna play Wrath of Righteousness. I haven't played it. I have it. I love TTRPG stuff. Hence the vampire. Thank you for the sparkles. I hope you had a great stream. And if anyone needs to go rest or get food or water, please go take care of yourself. But I play a lot of horror games. 93% stinky. I'm so sorry. I play a lot of horror and Metroidvania and RPGs, and I love TTRPGs in general. We have a D&D command and a VTM command. I should make a cyberpunk one. Bad paladin. 48% stinky. 49% stinky. Yeah, low 4 cleric with 20 charisma. Really good dex and nothing else. Sorry. Alright, got level 9 bard with really good charisma, no wisdom, no dex, no con, no int. A little bit of strength. I'm a stinky level 9 bard. Give me 1 second. I just gotta go to the kitchen really quick. But welcome in, everyone. I hope you enjoy my little dumb pond. We are playing really quick. I'll show you who we're playing as. We're playing as her. Looking for our sire as percent turns into a vampire. And if y'all like hot monster ladies, there you go. I'll be right back in a second. I gotta just go check something in the kitchen. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna have to get up again in like 5 minutes because they're not, my mom asked me to make her food. Okay, Space, take your time. This is not stinky as Hira. Is it Hira or Hira? Which one is it? I wanna just know. I will show you stinky. Hearing people are stinky. Okay, level 6 paladin with, good dex and con. Hira? Wait. Hira, okay. Okay. Meh paladin. Oh, you have good wisdom too, I didn't see it. Okay. Hira, like the greeting. I am stupid, holy heck. Alright, I raised my eyebrow at Patrick. I really hadn't thought about what setting up a meeting entailed, but I definitely didn't expect Kaiser to squirrel this free intel. Patrick frowns, suggests that Kaiser might have snagged some secrets in the sly. Quick and to the point, couldn't have put it better myself. Wait, I pronounce hi differently. No, you are a frog! What? Wait, is it he then? Is it he? I'm so confused! Give me the head pass. I'm so confused. What am I missing here? No, it's hi! Like, hi? What is that letter? I'm so... Like, hey? He said you're a frog. I'm gonna just play the game. Of course you couldn't. You ain't me. My god, what a douche. Kaiser flashes me a grin with their shark-like teeth, and I can't tell if he's amused or trying to be threatening, so I just put on my best tough girl face. That's okay! Thank you for the follow, even though I'm not sure which way. Oh, I am. It is like hi. Okay, I was so confused. Then they're like, I don't pronounce hi that. I'm like, what? What? Okay, well, thank you for the follow. Her is magical, by the way. Yay, magic! I think you are, actually. Everyone quick gang up on them and tell them how cool and magical and neat they are. Do it. Yeah, bullying. And to them, the one sticking my neck out here, you're gonna do this my way, capiche? All I could do was clench my jaw and nod, resisting the urge to knock out all these pearly sharps of his. Very magic! 81% sexy! Oh, and I said it wrong. Yeah, HY could, can be like a different, it depends on the language. 94%! Look, you're so sexy too! Look at this, y'all are doing great today. And thankfully, Patrick suddenly remembers he's supposed to do the talking. So, judging by all this hardline posturing, I assume you have some plan up your sleeve, Kaiser. Watch your fucking mouth, Conroy. You're in my space now. I'm gonna make him whiny. How about that? That's more fun. More sexy than stinky! I have a lot of little commands and I normally steal them from Cup, so... I'm trying to throw some snark his way again, but I choke back the urge. Patrick's stern glare definitely plays a part in that. Here's the deal. I've set up a meeting at the main office of the circulatory system, posing as a high-rolling Ventru Alteric. Fuck. I forgot how to pronounce this word. Hold on. Yeah, ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the hearts. I saw the word and I completely forgot how to pronounce it. Otterix. No, that's not how you pronounce that word. Hold on. I don't remember how to pronounce this word. No! No! English so hard. Is that Otterix? You have disrupted this froggy. It's okay. I don't Otterite. I don't remember how to pronounce this fucking word. Holy shit. Oh no, I don't know. Okay, let's move on. Let's just move on. It's fine. Okay. What? This word next to Venture. I know this word. I used to say it all the fucking time. And I just don't remember how to pronounce it. Words are not real. They're, it's like just Otteric? No, Venture, the word next to it. I know how to say Venture, silly. Regardless, they are vampires that, that exist outside of, like the prince or, like, the people who know shit. Oh my god, I'll put it in chat, y'all. That word. Yeah, kindred who remain unbound political sex. Yeah, they're pretty much under the guise of, like, the prince doesn't know that they exist, stuff like that. Didn't I tell you to shut your trap? The faster I'm done, the faster you fucker stop stinking at my car. Maybe if you spill the beans now, I won't need to drill you with more questions later, yeah? Kelly has a point, Kaiser. We need to be thorough about every last detail if we're to pull this off. What the fuck is his name? The name's Mr. Tiburon? You twats. Satisfied? That's more like it. Come on. Unbelievable. Now the fuck. I'm not gonna say. I'm gonna just look up how to pronounce this word. I just don't remember. UTRIKS. It's a Greek word, right? Or something like that. Is it all turkey? I don't fucking know. Oh no. Words are fake. Words are fake. I don't care anymore. I'm just not gonna say it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're not gonna worry about it. We're gonna just read it. Mr. Tiburon, he ain't about to mingle himself with these little laughs. Wait. He ain't about to mingle with the low laughs himself, so he's sending these goons, that's you morons, to handle that big fucking deal on his behalf. Those blue blood assholes are so hungry for a book, they'll jump at any fucking chance they get. I don't know why I just decided to do a southern accent, but I did. That's your ticket into their fort. That's adventure, yeah. Out of nowhere, he rips out 2 ID cards and flicks them at us. There's a note slapped onto mine with a sticky mess of glue supporting a Staten Island address in a hand. So sloppy, it's practically criminal. This here, your golden fucking key into that dump. Lose it and you're fucked. Capiche? Capiche. What you do next is on you. You'll find the database and no lapse. What about cameras? The place must be crawling with them. Screw the cameras, either way. You folks better plan your exit from the city and fast. As for you, Conroy, you'll scrape something together. Patrick responds with a slight grimace. Maybe you'll slither back begging for my help. I might find something for you. For a hefty fee, of course. Isn't he? Do y'all like him? Okay, I'll be back in a second again. Do you like him? I want everyone's opinion on him. I've heard he looks so damaged. I can fix him. And he looks like a twink. So, it's just vampire words. Like 80% of the people that know vampire pronounces words incorrectly. I agree. I love Vampire the Masquerade though so much. Hold on. I have to keep checking if the water is boiling. If I can put a timer on. He needs more eye. Yeah. That'll definitely not be necessary. Thanks for the concern, though, and for these cards. Just then, the limo swerves dramatically to the right and screeches to a halt on the sidewalk. The sound of honking cars filling the air. Deal's sealed. I'll get the hell out of here. I got real business to handle. In the ensuing chaos, we scramble out of the limo under the harsh glare of street lights, the urgent tone of Kaiser's farewell echoing behind us. I'll be at the spot on that note. Don't screw this up, or else. You want to play the TTRPG? It's so good. I have a couple of Vampire Masquerade characters. Do you know how long the game is? Not really. I think I'm like halfway through it. I'd be quicker if I wasn't reading everything out loud. Play a bit of the TTRPG, yeah. I play TTRPGs. I used to be. I'm still in. I'm in a stream group that plays Vampire the Masquerade. They play other stuff, but that campaign took a hiatus, and my character died anyway, so I wasn't playing it. Reading it out loud is so much fun. I love reading it out loud. Yeah, I played a gangrel in my current campaign that I'm in with my friends, named Gaia, and I love her so much. Make another one! I could. I love TTRPGs. I run D&D Monday nights. I play in a game on Saturday. Oh, I play in 2 games on Saturday. Yeah, Gangrel's the best clan! I love Gangrel. I'm gonna play a freaking Nosferatu. I have an Nosferatu. Her name is Bridge. I played them in a one-shot. I enjoyed being annoying and getting down really low and like walking around like there was something wrong with me. Because there was. I'm gonna say D&D Pathfinder. I love Gangrel. I played one for like 60 sessions maybe? There aren't any Gangrels in this game that I've seen so far. Kadir's in here though. He's from the first game. This is also, for people in here, this is the 3rd game within a series. So all the characters and information from this game, if you don't play the first 2, there are so many character spoilers, you're not gonna know who people are. So that is important. Yeah, this is the 3rd game. Yeah. Yeah. So they don't all like overlap, but the characters. Which edition? This is I played in 5th edition, 5e, so I played 5th edition. I mean, if you like visual novels and you like Vampire the Masquerade, I would recommend it. But if you don't know anything about Vampire the Masquerade, I don't know if it necessarily does like a good job of explaining what things are if you don't already know what they are. But it might be easier to like be surprised by like plot twists or like new information, like things that you don't know. Like there's already a secret in this game that I've already like it was like, oh, like that's not like a plot twist, that's not a secret, it's really obvious to me as someone who knows the series really well. I do like it though. I was gonna play the first two games on stream too, but then I was like, I got this one for Fruit from the Doves, and I was like, I'm just gonna play this one. Um, but yeah, I love BTM. But yeah, I play Gango in 5th edition. My very first BTM character was a Tremere for 5th edition. I played an Nosferatu in a one-shot, I played a Summer in a one-shot, I played a Toreador in a one-shot, and I played a Bruja in 20th edition, which was the old edition. I played a one-shot very recently, a couple days ago. I also played Cyberpunk Red, Monster Hearts, D&D, of course, and playing Vampire Requiem, so the Chronicles, mostly. Yeah, I know someone who's in a Requiem game right now that they really wanted to run one. But I really love 5th edition, like so much. It is so simplistic to 20th, but there are things in 20th edition that I really want in 5th edition. Like I would love to bring Marathon Flaws from 20th into 5th. I think they need it. I think a lot of the Marathon Flaws in 5th kind of suck. And I just want more of them. Also, combat is really, really bizarre in 20th edition. You start by like everyone rolling initiative because there's an initiative system in that game. Play mage. I want to play mage. I want to learn mage and I want to run it, but I know mage is so fucky. But I really, really want to learn it and play it. I played in Wraith too. I played Wraith. I played in a Wraith one shot too. But yeah, I love TTRPGs a lot. How is Wraith? It's really hard. Wraith is very, very, very difficult to build. Okay, so a couple things you need for a Wraith game. You need to be a person who's really good at communicating. Like, you need to be very, very good at communicating. You have to trust the person who is your shadow as a player. I wouldn't recommend just like joining a Wraith group with people you don't know. I'd recommend playing Wraith with people you already know. Character building is very difficult. There's a lot to it. Because like you will be playing your character and your shadow will just randomly be like, hey, you fucking suck. Or say something like something else. It depends. There are different types of shadows and they all have different personalities. And mine, when I played a writer, I think her name was Eleanor, but I can't remember her name. She was an author, and her shadow was like the best friend. Who was like super, super fucking sweet and nice, but was like a bitch. And that is a character that I played. And so like I like the idea of Wraith. Wraith is just very, very difficult to play. And you really need people that vibe well and you trust. Because it's rough. It's a very rough game. I love my little teacher beaches. I got a bot in my Discord again. Hold on. I keep getting bots in my Discord. It's so annoying. Wait, what are they making? Because now it's Paradox, and I don't hate Paradox. I just, I don't know. I'm snooping. Oh, Onyx Path. Oh. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know a little bit of what you're talking about. I've also played I haven't played it. I have Werewolf because I really want to run a werewolf game. And I have all the books. I have Hunter, but I'm not interested in Hunter. Are the ones Honest Paths are the ones that were in charge of the Chronicles of Darkness as well as the Silent games? Yeah. I've also played Alien. I played the Alien TRPG. I'll be back in a second. I gotta go check out the food. It's on the stove. Sorry, I'm back. I think it's done, but I'm not sure. It's do be 1:30 a.m. I can read. I can totally read. I should at least pretend to make an effort to go to bed with lovely nerding out, excuse me, but I might get stuck here. Have a good night and good luck with the novel. If you need victims to play, if you want to join my Discord, I try to do one-shots in my Discord. Here. You don't have to join. You can also just like join it and then add me and then leave the Discord. I don't care. I'm not super. I'm a very active person. If you message me, I'll probably be more chatty than if you message me in a big group. But I definitely want to run some stuff because that just sounds fun. If the link doesn't work, let me know. I'll make a new link. Okay. I think the food is done. I'm not sure. I don't know what it's supposed to look like. I think it's supposed to look like that. I don't know though. I have no idea. Okay. Patrick and I stand motionless, caught in a kind of limbo, watching as Kaiser's limo dodges through traffic, disappearing around a corner and slips out of sight. Oh, that could have gone way worse, right? We extracted more from the meeting than mere invectives. I would say it went quite well. So this batshit crazy plan, we're actually going to break into their circulatory system and jack their data. I mean, it's right up my alley, but yeah, the plan is utterly mad. It seems we have no other option. Yeah, have a good sleep. Have a great night. It's only like 7:30 for me. I've been wanting to run like a Sunday game for VTM for a while. I just noticed a Walkman. Yeah, this game takes place in 2024. But she's got a Walkman. Patrick appears eerily composed, as if the idea of being caught red-handed the circulatory system hasn't crossed his mind. But I can tell the wheels are turning. He's probably stressed to the point of zen. I chew on my lip and think. I figure if he can play it cool while possibly facing a grisly end, so can I. Risking it all is all kind of my jam, anyway. I grin broadly and nod with the gusto. You gotta go, good night. Yeah, gotta walk, man. Alright, let's hit it. My mood shifts dramatically as soon as we buckle up in Patrick's car and take off towards our goal. I feel almost numb, the way my brain buzzes with uncoordinated thoughts like a giant incomprehensible beehive. At the corner of my eye, I catch Patrick throwing concerned glances my way before he sighs to break the silence. Is everything okay? Yeah, it's just that I might not know right now just as I thought I did. The circulatory system, the antediluvian, some enigmatic, powerful backer. I'm not even sure who he is anymore, and it's not like I can just ask him right now. Patrick absorbs my words, mulling over the thought in a heavy silence. I get it. It's really unsettling to realize you don't know someone you thought you were close to. Guess the ticking clock isn't making things any easier, huh? It fucking doesn't, but cheers to the reminder. My apologies. I wasn't trying to add to your stress. Yeah, I get it, but hey. I playfully smack his shoulder, forcing a smile through the strain. At least you won't be stuck with me much longer, right? His attention snaps from the road to me, his look one of unexpected irritation. You know I take no joy at the thought of hauling you before the Permission Council should we fail to capture a castle. Join Frog Court. Oh, I should name it Frog Court. I should do that. Thank you, I appreciate it. I swiftly turn my head away and look at the window. Well, I do now. Can I do anything, or do I have to go to... Every second near Kaiser makes me want to punch him in the wall, but still, his little cloak and dagger act might be what we need to break into the circulatory system. Oh, there's a Christmas tree! Oh yeah, it's Christmas. I'm so dumb. Let me see. Patrick and I spent a solid 5 minutes just gazing up at the building we're about to infiltrate. Our next crane, complete silence. Color me psyched, I guess. That's one massive fucking building if I've ever seen one. Indeed. It might complicate our plans, as big as it is. It's probably packed with high-tech security and the usual batch of guards looking around every corner. Yes, there's plenty of empty spots that we could use to lay low. Look at you, picking up the tricks of the trade. Let's not just sit around. Time's running out. The interior of the circulatory system branches artfully incognito, masquerading as a budget-friendly medical clinic. It's a perfect cover, under the radar, ignored by the upper classes and the authorities, and with a constant, injustifiable stream of visitors at all hours, even the ungodly ones. Something popped up here, what was that? Like, right now, for instance. And here I am, ready to dive into the fray. Ready? Patrick nods, and right in front of my eyes undergoes a profound transformation. His whole demeanor morphs into something snooty, refined, and downright disdainful of everything. His usual slouch disappears, replaced by a straightened back, lifted chin, and squared shoulders. He could pass for some stuck-up young heir from a wealthy family if it weren't for the tacky shirt and flashy rings tucked away in his pocket. Mr. Tiburon's very own stooge. You're gonna dip out? No, you're good. He'll be here again? Okay. I know we're streaming tomorrow. I don't know what we're playing. We're, I think we got enough subs where, like, everyone... It is people voting for the games. So, either we'll do, like, just chatting tomorrow, and then we'll vote for what game we're playing, or I'll do it on Twitter or on my Discord. We'll be voting. But thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. He strides forward, oozing confidence and poise while I fold myself into his shadow and become practically invisible. The moment we step into the foyer, all eyes are on us, or more accurately, on Patrick. A dashing young concierge with a plastered-on smile hurried over to greet us. Patrick makes a show of coldly refusing to reciprocate his warm, polite greetings, immediately asserting himself as a domineering and difficult client. In the meantime, I keep quiet behind his back, my face impassive and supremely bored. If I had gum, I'd be blowing bubbles like it's nobody's business. Love talking about TTRPGs? Yeah! Yeah, I've got so much character art too. I just got art of my sorcerer and my friend's rogue from a campaign we were in last year. Noxie, hi! Noxie, hello! Hi, let me give you a shout out. I know a bunch of them, like 90% I know. I never played, but I know, and it's good to nerd about. Yeah, I love talking about TTRPG stuff. Let me give you a shout out. How was your stream? Did you change your profile picture? It looks different. Alright, bye-bye, bye-bye. Showed, I don't know, what? What's that? What's that? We're playing, you did! I was like, it looks different. I went to a wedding. You went to a wedding? Oh, I hope it was fun. We are playing, we're gonna probably finish a chapter and then get off, because I want to make food and do other stuff. I don't want to just read this all day, but I hope you had a great time streaming. Yeah, visual novel, vampire storyline. We're currently breaking into a building and stealing information. As planned, we get separated. Patrick leaves with the concierge to discuss business. Well, I'm paired up with another employee, a young woman named Nima, who, at Patrick's firm request, is tasked with showing me around the labs ASAP. Need a nameplate that said Noxie. Aww! Good! She tries to smile at me, but my stony face wins out in the battle of expressions. Shall we go, ma'am? I simply shrug and nod in response, and we make our way towards the elevators. The moment we step into the labs, my persona flips. I make sure that my tour guide sees my eyes widen in the smile that almost splits my face in half. One look at her back in the foyer told me all I need to know about this Nima and how to manipulate her. She clearly loves her job and takes an enormous amount of pride in it, and nothing would make her happier than sharing every single detail about it. All she needs is a willing ear. Well, here I am, both ears wide open. I bombard her with questions and she happily obliges, growing more and more animated with each answer, but the more she talks, the more distracted she becomes. She shows me around many for my purpose, uses rooms, and then I feel something small scuttle between my boots. I glance down. A mouse? Really? Is the level of cleanliness we're dealing here? This little bloodthirsty creature probably chews on my blood bags for fun. About 15 minutes later, we enter a large laboratory on the other side, in which I spy incomprehensible glass gadgets, several rows of coolers with blood, and a PC connected to the local intranet. Perfect. Let's use all. I turn to Nemo with a dazzling smile, letting the warm tendrils of my charming persona extend towards her and wrap her in a warm embrace. She looks a touch puzzled for a moment before visibly melting. Her expression goes all mushy, eyes half-lit, pupils blown wide against the brown backdrops of her irises. I sit closer, lowering my voice to a seductive purr as I get right up in her blushing face. Your work here is fascinating, Nima, but I bet you've got some gems you haven't shown me yet. How about you fetch one of your favorite projects for me to check out? I'd love to sample the goods. Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am. No need to rush, darling. Take your time. She scurries off. Can we lower our threat? I don't know. She then glances at me over her shoulder, and I make sure to keep my eyes trained on her until she disappears behind a wall. That's my cue. I get to the PC, it's password protected, of course. Hacking isn't exactly my forte, but I'm good at predicting mortal laziness. The password is on a post-it, stuck to a noteboard on the desk. I access the PC and hastily make a copy of the database, glancing up from time to time, while my free hand tries to get inside the computer case. I manage to extract the portable hard drive and slip it into my belt bag just seconds before Nemo returns. I have it here, ma'am, the project you requested. I smile at her, keeping my radiance firm fixated on her like a vice. Yes, of course. Thank you for humoring me. Yes, ma'am. She launches into a lengthy explanation of the device she brought, but I tune out most of it. Nodding and making the occasional ooh and ah is enough to keep her going, all while steadily guiding her towards the foyer. Once we reach the exit, I blink in mock surprise and offer her a smile tinged with fake regret. It seems our little tour is over. Thank you for showing me around. She furrows her brow, clearly a bit confused about how we ended up here, but she smiles brightly, nonetheless. It was my pleasure, ma'am. I wait for what feels like forever before Patrick sweeps into the foyer, followed closely by the concierge who's practically tripping over himself to keep up. He's drowning Patrick in apologies and desperate pleas for future meetings, his face going from flushed to pale as a ghost. Meanwhile, Patrick's pulling off the whole disappointed VIP act like a pro, effortlessly brushing off apologies and offers for better deals. It's a performance of a lifetime, or maybe several. I can barely hold back my laughter, especially when he heads for the door without a second glance, snapping his fingers at me to follow. I manage to keep up my obedient facade as we leave the circulatory system and hop into Patrick's car. It's unclear if they notice someone making off with the precious data, but the circulatory system doesn't immediately come after us, at least. Patrick's clearly geared up for pursuit, the way he's maneuvering through the streets, pedal to the metal, eyes flickering around like a paranoid squirrel on the lookout for a tail. Not like I'm scared of a speeding ticket or anything, but could you ease up on the gas? No one's tailing us, as far as I can see. He looks genuinely let down by my shocking, sensible suggestion, to the point where I regret letting it out. Zooming through the streets is kind of a rush. He eases off the accelerator, blending into traffic as we head back towards Brooklyn. I'm guessing you're part of the caper went smooth. I'm guessing you're part of the caper went smoothly. Smooth as silk. I had a bit of fun in the lab downstairs, but hey, got what I came for without breaking a sweat. Quite the adventurous night, I see. I tossed my head back and laughed, catching his genuine smile out of the corner of my eye. You could say that. And you enjoyed going all snoobby snobby? Yeah. Sorry. My mom gave me my other medicine. I was supposed to get it yesterday, but they were out of stock. You could say that. And you enjoyed going all snobby rich kid on that poor concierge? He shrugs, all casual like. I have little sympathy for venture goals. As far as I'm concerned, they signed up for this job and all its perks. Ice cold, man. Impressive, too. Stick around me a little longer and I'll make a con artist out of you just yet. Who's to say I'm not one already? I can't help but burst into laughter again, straight from the depths of my shriveled heart, completely genuine. Yay! Okay, we're gonna stop here. Sorry. I was gonna stop at 7, but then we got raided. Alright, let's stop here. We gotta snooze ads. Ugh. Alright, let me see who's on. Because I was gonna go over to Drillo. That was my plan. Oh, Drillo's doing an in real life thing. Let's not do that then. M's doing Bloodborne, Luna's doing Zero Escape, Dave's doing Kingdom Hearts. Go for today. When did Dave start streaming though? Oh no, Dave's probably getting off. I don't know. There aren't that many people on. Surprisingly. We can go watch some art. Let's go watch some art. They've only been on for like an hour. Let's go watch some art. It's Honey Maru. Let's go do that. Ignore the ad thing. We're skipping ads. Let me go out before it's too late for me to raid out someone. We'll do that. I'm gonna go make some food. We'll be back tomorrow. For I don't know what we're playing tomorrow. It'll be like a community vote, so we'll figure that out tomorrow. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I've been having a really good time with this. We'll finish this also sometime probably coming out. But anyway, have a great night. Stay hydrated, eat well, sleep well, think about frogs. Thank you everyone who's rated and has been hanging out tonight.